gas. I was cooking in the backyard, feeling like a pro. Tossed in some grass clipping magic, let that compost glow. Dog poop, cat poop, nature stew. Bubble, bubble, what's that do? Smells so wrong but feels so right. Pink smoke rising in the moonlight. Neighbors yelling, what's that blast? Too late, it's cooking fast. Hailed strawberry poop gas, blasting from the grass. Bubble and sizzle, it's science class. One big burp and the backyard blue. Now we're living next to Mount Doo-Doo. Built a grill from garbage cans, hooked it up with rubber bands. Dog barked once, the cat took flight, then boom, the sky turned brown and bright. It rumbled, it tumbled, it splattered the fence. A poop volcano makes no sense. Sticky strawberries rain from the sky. Compost cooking till the day I die. Filled strawberry poop gas, wild and crass. Flaming hot signs from the neighbor's grass. When it popped, we all went ooh, but dang, it smelled like barbecue too. So if you're brave and slightly nuts, mix that poop with grass and guts. Light it up and step way back. You might just launch your own snack shack. Bill strawberry poop gas, cooking class.
Uh-oh. I see a black menace hiding in the shadows. You never know what's going to happen next. Well, let's see if my audio is working. I have my mobile device. Uh-oh. I see a black menace hiding in the shadows. You never know. All right. Everything is good. No technical issues yet. Milton was over there trying to rearrange my set, which he's really good at. There's nothing like a little black menace to keep you on your toes in the morning. And I have my window cleaner just in case the little black menace gets to be a little bit too menacing. But that's okay because that's his job. Live at 8 with Rick would not be the same without Milton, the Black Menace. He's been here since the beginning, and I hope he'll be here for many, many years to come. At least until I have my heart attack. I'm sure that Milton will outlive me because I'll have my heart attack. And then somebody, maybe one of my viewers, can adopt beautiful Milton and take care of him in his old age. Hopefully by then he settles down. But anyway, there's been some interesting things during the week. I'm sure everyone follows my videos. At least I hope you do. But let me go ahead and let's start. Uh-oh. Okay, Milton has managed to adjust the camera, so we'll have to make a few adjustments here. We'll just maybe move this. Well, that's not right. Okay. And let's see. Oh, Milton, what did you do? You changed my browser setting. All right, we're going to have to redo this. So I'm going to go to my browser settings, and I'm going to have to change the location. Yes, Milton, I know you did this. You're a silly little Milton, aren't you? So we'll go over here, and we will go to the chat. Us poor people, we don't spend money on StreamYard. We'll get the chat URL, and we will copy that if we can. There we go. And we will move it over here to the browser setting, and we'll pop that in there. We'll click OK, and if all goes well, let me move the chat window over here to my immediate display. And let's see. Now, it looks like YouTube did not delete the chat, and it's working. There we go. And our very first chat is Rough Carnivore, and that was at 11:25 p.m. That was shortly after I put up the live stream. Now, I go to bed by typically 11, but last night I was a little bit later because I was over at a friend's place and I was stripping a refrigerator for parts and we were looking at some stuff. I got home around 8:30, and then after that I was doing some stuff around the house. I didn't get to bed till about 11:20. So it's been a while. But that's okay. I got up around 6:30 like I usually do. Doesn't matter when I go to sleep. I always wake up at the same time. If I went to bed at 6, I'd wake up at 6:30, and I'd be an unhappy person. All right, so Rough Carnivore's first, and one of our other great, and I mean great, supporters on the channel, Wendy, Feral Grandma, says hello, and that was early in the morning. And we have a greetings from Mike, United Carnivore, and that would be at 4:25 a.m. And then around, looks like 6:30 a.m., right after I got up, we have a Dustin. Good morning, Rick, and all you quackers. I'll probably be snoozing when this goes live, but I wanted to say hello. And again, if you don't know who Dustin Keto Simple is, go ahead tomorrow morning at 7:30, which would be before my live stream, which is on Saturday. Of course, it'll be Sunday. Go ahead and check it out. What have you got to lose? About a little bit of time, but that's okay. And here's Liz. Black Box Warning TV. Hey, everyone. And if you haven't seen her channel, you really do need to. At one time, it was called Carnivore Science, but now it seems to be more about getting the experience. She had a very interesting interview with someone that we know quite well. And if you don't know who it is, I'm not going to spoil it for you, but I learned a couple of things about this person I didn't know before. So why don't you check out her channel and see who her last interview was. Hey, Manix Gaming says it's quacking time. Yes, it is. It is quacking time at Brian Dish, 1787. Good morning, Rick and all the quackers. Well, good morning, and saying hello to everybody. And I said it was 20 minutes of quack time, and there is Mike Seeley Sr. Good morning, Rick and everyone, from a beautiful morning in Melbourne, Florida. And as you know, he's in the same area as Mitch, old guy Carnivore, and I believe they were hanging out having cigars. And I think Mitch was saying that Mike, he smokes his cigar too fast. So he ends up smoking 2 cigars when Mitch is smoking 1. And there's Lambs. Good morning and congratulations on the addition to your family, Rick. Yes, if you saw the video I uploaded last night, the kittens were active. They were meowing, and Mama Cat was getting fed. They're right there under my window. They're no more than 10 feet from where I'm sitting. They picked the safest place. I know I had some stuff there. I was going to clean all that out. And I saw her like snooping around by the window. I thought, you know what? I'm going to pile all the junk over there. My front yard's a mess now, but in a couple of weeks, the kittens will be active. I'll move all that stuff out of there. My Bobcat auger drive is sitting there, and I can't use it because I don't want to disturb the kittens. But anyway, the Bobcat's broken thanks to my torch being broken, and I'll explain all that. And Smoothie 420 says, here we are set for another Quacktastic Saturday morning. Hi, Rick, Milton, and everyone. Well, hello. Glad to have you here. And Jerry's here. Good morning, Grandpa Rick. Congratulations to the happy Miami cat fam. Yes. Well, they seem to be cute and healthy little kittens, and I can't wait to get my hands on the soft little kittens because I love kittens. I've always been a cat person. I guess when you're a carnivore and you naturally like cats. I don't know what it is. There's definitely a cat thing going on here. And Kevin Hawthorne, good morning from Lakeland, Florida. Well, I'm glad to have you here, another fellow Floridian. We need to get more Floridians in this lifestyle because I think this is one of the best places to be a carnivore. There's so many things to do in Florida. Now, Miami, not so much. Miami is kind of, I call it the septic tank of Florida. All the crap flows down here, and it's all getting overflowed, and it's nasty, but Florida is a big state. It is flowing into the rest of Florida. Florida is being destroyed by all the people that are coming here from all around the U.S. and all around the world. But on the other hand, we got a lot of good people here. And despite all the carpetbagger scammers that come from New York and Los Angeles and other, Arabian countries and whatever, there are good people that come from those places too. We have a lot of people here from the Caribbean. The Caribbean is a place where people have had a more simple and traditional lifestyle. I don't like their duck food, but they do make some good meat recipes, and they're usually fun people. And if they're down to earth, that's a great thing. So I'm glad to have everyone who drops into my live stream. Good morning, Rick Milton, and all you other quackers. Well, Robbie Autry, now let's see what time you came in. It was probably 8 o'clock. Let's see. Kevin came in at 7:55, and Robbie Autry is exactly at 8. It's a lot easier to come in at exactly 8 on my channel because, unlike Mitch's channel, I don't have 50, 60 people, although I did have 30 people, almost 30 this morning, and I've had 30 at other times when I start, and that's really good. I'm really quite impressed by that. Anyone that would spend their time to watch my channel has got to be a really good person, in my opinion. Okay, and then Sandy followed up next, another Floridian. Hey, Florida's a great place. Speaking of Floridians, where are the pretzels? Well, we'll see. Showtime. Yes, it is from Lambs. Showtime. My Saturday mornings will be lost without Rick. Well, thank you. Again, I'm glad to be your fellow Floridian online. And here's Christy, Meeting Wellness. Hello. Hello. And I'm not going to spoil the secret, but we will be having another interview in the future. I won't say when, but, in fact, I need to send her another image that would be good to post on there, but that's okay. But yes, so we're glad to have you here. I appreciate all of my friends that come online. Loud and clear, Rick. Well, Robbie, I'm glad that the sound is on point. And there's Chuck, another Floridian. Good morning, Rick and Quackers. Well, good morning, Chuck. And you'll probably appreciate what I've been up to. I've been trying to solder a carbon brush on my starter for the Bobcat, and my Bobcat's broken until I fix it. I go to use my torch. I find that my acetylene regulator is leaking. And, of course, it comes down to a piece of rubber which has dry rotted and cracked. I went to the hardware store to buy another sheet of rubber, and they don't have it. The only thing they have is that red stuff, which doesn't work. I went all the way to Granger to try to find it because they had it listed, and when I got there, it was wrong hardness. I'll tell you, my life is always down to rubber and plastic. Those are the two things that always fail, that leave me with broken equipment. Anyway, so Jerry says, yay, yes. And Chuck says, working fine, awesome. And BD Wellness is showing some kitty cats, yes. All right, now let's see what else we got. What a journey on the bicycle to Granger, yes. I figured I've had so many comments about wanting to see more ride and talks, and I didn't do a ride and talk for several days because I was busy working. I did a ride and talk last Friday, but I didn't do one until Wednesday. So Monday, Tuesday, Saturday, the whole weekend plus 2 days, no ride and talk. Then on Wednesday, I had to go. Where did I go? I had to get battery terminals for my van because I had to work on Thursday. And I think I sent you a video of when the van wouldn't start and it had problems and all that. And I thought it might be the starter, but I found a voltage drop, a 4-volt voltage drop between the battery and the starter. And I realized it's the battery terminal. So I went ahead and I had to find it and went to the auto parts. They didn't have it. They only had the lead ones. I went to West Marine. They don't even have it. They had a space for it, but they've been running out. It looks like they're ready to close the place. And then I ended up going all the way to Bass Pro Shops. And that was an adventure right there. Now, my phone overheated, and it ran out of storage before I could do the whole trip. But on this trip, I pretty much did the whole trip. The only reason I couldn't do it anymore is because the battery ran down when I got close to my friend's house. And anyway, I didn't want to show where my friend lived. So it worked out. It was a pretty good ride. So we have some more hellos. And Jiffy Strange Animal, good morning, Rick. Good morning. And there's Jonathan Carnivore Muscle. I was watching on Joe's channel, as you probably saw, but I had to drop off to come here and start my live stream. Edward Renner, hello from San Diego. Well, hello. I don't know if I've seen you before, but my memory isn't that great. I saw Kitty Vinification a little bit covered here. Yes, I will talk about Miss Kitty and her kittens. I've only seen 2 of them, but I think there's more because I heard little mews. The white one was making a lot of noise, probably the male. But when I go out to feed Miss Kitty, which I will do after this live stream, I'm sure that the kittens are getting more active. It's been a couple of weeks. I figure by next week they should be out and about, walking around. And since I'm friendly with her, I'm sure it won't be long before I'm friendly with the kittens. And then I'll be able to handle the little kittens and get them used to me. I'm leaving them outside for now because Milton, I don't know what Milton would do to the kittens. So we're gonna keep them outside. They have that nice little corner. And if anyone tries to mess with the kittens, Mama will attack them. I need to get more food so I can fatten her up, make her tougher. Now, if they were friends, Milton would be definitely the defender of the kittens if they were friends because Milton is fierce. Let me tell you, he is fierce. So Terry Girl says, good morning, Rick and everyone. Well, good morning. And yay, kittens. Yes, we got the kittens. Determine how many there are. There's at least 2 that I've seen, but I think there's more. And good morning from Ponte Vedra Beach from Jerry Voitish. Well, good morning. Glad to see you here, as always. Pond Apple says, hi, Dr. Sean Baker says he's moving to Florida. Yes, he's going to be in the area of Dr. Kilt, so maybe the 2 of them will become friends, and they'll be hanging out together. I think they'd get along very well. And I'm glad that Dr. Baker is not coming to Miami, the septic tank of Florida, because I don't think it would be a good fit for him here. Unless you like New York City, Los Angeles, and the third world all dumped into one big toilet bowl, you do not want to come to Miami. Do you have families left in Miami? No, I have no family in Miami. I have none. And speaking of carnivore celebrities, do you remember Kurt, Meathead? Remember how much fun we had with him being on the channel? Well, here he is. Good morning, Rick. Well, good morning, Kurt. I am so glad to have you back. You're a highlight for my channel. I talk to you on the phone, get to, send emails back and forth. Very, very fun, and I am glad that you are here. And we have a good morning from Sandy. hopping in the shower listening to Rick. I do that all the time with the channels. And there's a good morning to Sandy. Whoops. And my chat has skipped ahead. Good Saturday morning from Barry Simon, the AI master. He's always making videos and images. And I've got so many of them. I'm going to have to, when I change my intro, I'm going to put some of that in there. And I'll probably use Grandma's duck food song and a couple of those. I'm going to be making some changes. The thing is, I don't want my channel to have an AI feel to it. So what I'm going to do is use the AI. You know how they used to have TV shows? Think about like Captain Kangaroo, for example, or think of the Electric Company. You had real people on there, and then you had the cartoons that went with it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to use the AI and the AI elements as the cartoon. It would be like watching the Banana Splits. You got the guys in the costumes, then you have the cartoons. It'll be the same thing. I'm the real life entertainment, and then the AI will go along with it. And I think, especially like the Electric Company, that stuff was pretty trippy as a kid. So I think in today's world, that's where it's going to fit in. And I may even, I want to do a Mr. Rogers sort of parody. And I got my traffic light outside. I got to hook that up with a flasher and then get my camera and go around the yard with all the junk and the engine block and the cluttered house and come up with something that sounds similar to Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and then, have my own version of it. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood, something like that. It's coming. It's just a matter of time. Did Grangers have the rubber roof? No, they did not. No, they did not. Their online information was incorrect. And we were talking about pretzels, and there it is. There's Papa Carnivore. Now, Mitch used to have a quack sound effect when I popped in the chat. I'm going to have to make sound effects for some of the people here. And for Peter, it would have to be an accordion, like a German accordion sounding thing with dancing pretzels, which the video that shows him being chased by aggressive pretzels is pretty funny. But it goes to show certain duck foods, they bite back. And those pretzels, they did. And we have a good morning to Meathead for life. Yes, I'm glad that a lot of us have a good memory. I'm from Christy, Papa Carnivore. Hey, Peter, good morning. Yes. The chest camera you're using for your ride and talks is working great. It is. I have the the mount, which I had lost. I could have bought another one. But when you're as cheap as I am, and it's such a process to buy something from online, you have to, the bank account wasn't working until a couple of months ago. And I just got in the habit of not buying anything online. So I didn't do anything. Well, when I was cleaning up in my yard and I was trying to trim some tree branches, I saw that like a black strap hanging from the tree, and it was connected to that chest mount, which was actually with the branch through it. I think I mentioned that in an earlier video. So that was pretty good. So we have some more good mornings here. Yes, lots of good mornings from everybody, and I appreciate that. And good morning to Peter. And okay, we have our first question. In your recent bike vlog, you said you were packing on you to use in the event of self-defense. Is it a pepper spray or, well, it's not a pepper spray, but I won't say exactly what it is because it wouldn't be YouTube friendly. But yes, we live in Florida, and one of the things about Florida, you learn to be polite because you never know what little presents somebody might be giving you. For example, if anybody needed a certain very heavy and soft metal to make certain parts, I mean, there's several I've had to use on several hydraulic devices where you need a certain type of metal. You may get that metal for free, but it may be traveling a little too fast to catch. Okay, so we have good morning and a good morning, and yes, lots of good mornings. So let's keep this going. Yes, yes, yes. Look at that. That's a bummer. Chuck I was happy with that. No ribeye, that cheap over here. Yeah, Florida. Okay. I think there's a carnivore who shops at my local Winn-Dixie because someone seems to be cleaning them out whenever there's a sale on steaks. There might be. Mr. Rogers' short video sent this morning. Well, we're going to have to play that. Yes, we are. No, I can't use inner tube rubber because it is too thin. The rubber that I have and I don't know where my calipers were. It's probably double the thickness of an inner tube. The rubber used in these is unreinforced. There's no nylon in it because the actual diaphragm is used on the lower pressure side of the acetylene gauge, and the acetylene gauge usually is going to be less than 30 pounds on the output side. On the high side, it uses a cartridge type valve, which has a Teflon seal. But the outer part, the part that you tighten here, is to control the pressure on this side. So it's just regular rubber. It would have to be something thicker than a tire patch and a lot bigger too. They used to sell it in Ace Hardware. They used to sell it in True Value Hardware, but there is no True Value Hardware left. So what can you do? But I'm looking. I'll find something. I may go back to Ace Hardware, the one over there in Kendall I've been to before. They do list that rubber, but they usually have the red stuff. And the red stuff is not as good. Now, if there was the red silicone rubber, I could probably use it. I could experiment with it. But I do need to fix this because I need to fix the starter on my Bobcat. Those parts are over there. So until I fix the starter, now I could buy a new starter for $100, but it'll take several days to get here. But, whatever. Yep. Calling together an AI parody video for Carnivore that is parody of a drug commercial. Yeah, it kept screwing up, but it's almost ready. Well, keep at it. We're going to enjoy that. That is correct. Otherwise known as the Florida, what do they call that? There's a name for that, but anyway. It's not the state bird. It's like the state bird catcher or something. There's a little thing for that. A makeshift lethal slingshot. Yes. And if you have a machine shop at home, you can always create your own. And it's kind of handy to have. But yes, and I'm not encouraging any kind of violent activity, but it's definitely, it's good if you can have something handy. And it's not just for the human element. Sometimes we have wild dogs. Certain neighborhoods, you may find wild dogs running in packs. There was actually on TV last night on the news, somebody was walking their dog, and 4 large dogs started to attack. And he was able to put down all 4 of the dogs. I think 2 of them didn't survive, but he did get all 4 put down and did a very great service because when dogs are running around, they could attack your animal, they could attack your children, or they could attack you. And he was able to put them down, and according to the news, there will be no charges filed because it was self-defense. Remember the old castle doctrine, self-defense? That is correct. Being able to defend yourself is a very good thing. Now, obviously, you have to do it correctly so you don't end up having bad consequences. But then again, when you're being attacked by vicious animals or vicious humans, and sometimes it's like, I've had dogs come at me. I haven't had to use that. But I used my tire pump. And I took the tire pump and I had it up in the air and the dog stopped and ran away. So he was a smart one. Some animals are very intelligent. And some people are too. You show them a certain piece of hardware and they just leave. That works out very well. But thankfully, that's a rare occurrence. And speaking of carnivore celebrities, we have Rockin' Coach Amy. Hey, Rick and friends. Still in bed, slowly waking up. Well, I'm glad that you are waking up to Live at 8 with Rick. The sun is out here. It's a great time. And Peter is correct, as always. I think it is a whacking stick. Well, we got that too. I guess technically, well, it's a little bit on the small side, but I guess you could use it for that. Maybe one day I'll show it to you, but not on YouTube. Hello, looking forward to Tuesday. Yes. So you guys are having an interview on Tuesday? I'll have to check that out, but I'm sure you'll explain it more and more. That is correct. And you've mentioned that before. Practice makes perfect. It's also handy when you want dinner. You know, maybe you're over there by the canal and you're starving and there might be some big old iguana and hey, if you don't feel like chasing it and catching it, that might work. And there you go. See? Look at that. A collector. That's even better. It's very handy. It does a great job. Good morning. Just finished 3-mile walk with the Abby dog. We'll listen in the sauna. Oh, nice. Here in Florida, all you have to do is turn your air conditioner off and wait, and you got a free sauna. If you want a really good sauna, go out in your car when it's sitting in the sun. I love to go practicing at the range. Well, there you go. Slingshot. It kind of goes with the territory. You know, when you're a carnivore, you realize that a lot of times it's eat or be eaten. And since we humans don't really have the teeth and the claws that our other carnivore friends have, we use other methods, which actually work quite well. Think about it. We are one of the most delicate of all species, easily scratched, easily harmed, and yet we are the apex predators of the world. Now, how is that possible? Because we know how to use tools. And I'm not talking about these tools. I'm talking about tools that can launch items such as arrows or little pieces of metal very fast, very long distances, and bring down dinner or take out the enemy. I think so too, Peter. I don't talk about a lot because of YouTube. Yes, I was working on one as well. Okay. And there we go. Yes. And there's Larry Ryan. Good morning, Rick and Carnivores. Well, good morning. Glad that you have dropped in. And let's see. Carnivore Karen P. Good Saturday morning, Quackers. Well, good morning. Hey, Mason. Good morning, Rick, Milton, and Miss Kitty. Well, good morning. Glad to have you here, as always. We can't have in the city. Well, we have those here, too, and they're actually quite fun because one time my old 69 Charger, it had a bad distributor bushing, and I was trying to time it, and it wouldn't time, so I was revving the engine. Every time the engine would slow down, I'd go pop, 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 vroom, pop, 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 vroom, pop, pop, pop. Well, within about, I would say, 5 minutes, police cars started showing up, and they're asking, you know, where's the shooting? I'm like, there's no shooting here. We got a report of gunshots. Like, oh, don't shoot me. I'm going to show you what it is. So I got in my car. I started the engine. Vroom, pop, pop, pop. And that was it. So, and that was probably 20-something years ago. My mom was actually watching it happen. It's like, what is going on? Like, well, we had a little issue here. And I don't know if it was the automatic shot spotting or the neighbors, but this is Miami, and, you know, gunshots are kind of a common thing here. That's awesome. I can't wait to see yours. I am not an AI expert, but I'm doing my best. Well, there you go. Everyone is sticking their toe into the AI pool. I've gone back to very strictly carnivore. I've lost 6 pounds, and I'm getting back towards my goal, lowest weight, where I was about a year ago when I was with my Russian girlfriend. Well, there you go. You got to stay away from those berries. Learn from Mitch. Don't go to the berries. They will get you every time. Good morning, Papa Carnivore. Now, I have eaten fruit on occasion. When mangoes are in season, I've had citrus, oranges, I've had plantains. And guess what? When I add fruit to my carnivore diet, I actually lose weight. Explain that to me. I have no idea what causes that. But it's depressing because having to eat fruit is like a downgrade. It's like, Rick, you're so poor, now you got to eat fruit. And when the fruit runs out, it's like, man, I'm glad to get back on the meat. If I had a choice between steak and fruit, I'd grab the steak every time. I grow the fruit because I love the way the trees look, and I love the fact that I can give it away to my friends, especially the avocados, because everybody loves them. And the mangoes that I grow are legendary. And again, I didn't realize how good the mangoes were until my friend Tom, Sleepy Lizard Avocado Farm, tasted them, and you could see his eyes like, wow, this is an incredible mango. Where did you get this from? I said, it's seed grown. This was a result of 20 or 30 mango trees that I've grown over time and given away. That was the best of the bunch, and that's the one that grows in my yard. So, and speaking of mangoes, I don't really watch his videos much, but that sort of steroid guy, Thomas DeLauer, he was talking about mangoes, how they don't really raise your blood sugar or some kind of thing. And I thought that was kind of interesting because a lot of people are allergic to mangoes. Mangoes are one of the few fruits that I can't eat that don't bother me. So I don't know. There may be some science to it. Who knows? But if you're a sugar addict, like Mitch is a sugar addict, and like some other people are sugar addict, the last thing you would ever want to do is put a mango in your mouth, because next thing you know, you're going to be into the Presidente Supermarket eating the guava and mango ice cream and gaining 30 pounds. Mensch, I was almost attacked 20 years ago and almost didn't make it. I'm big into self-protection, home defense. Well, see, you learn from experience, and that's the thing. Now, my home is sort of, it defends itself. Let's put it this way. As you know, it's very cluttered. I got engine blocks and all kinds of stuff around here. My door is homemade, is filled with concrete. If somebody was able to get in here, I'd feel sorry for them because especially in the dark, one wrong move and an avalanche comes down. And now you have a big problem because even if I'm not here, Milton may be attacking. See somebody he doesn't recognize and starts attacking, and you're over there trying to defend yourself. You're buried in a pile of engine parts, wiring harnesses, and who knows what else. You'd probably be so scared. Plus, you come into a house like this, you're thinking, I see chainsaws all over the place. Is that a hockey mask? Uh-oh, what did I get myself into? You see the cracked ceiling with the leak stains all over the place, and you see all this fire extinguishers, and you go, oh. And you're going to be desperate to get out of there. Then you see this tall guy, there's his head rubbing the door frame, says, you rang. That would probably give you a heart attack. So you call the cops, say, I got somebody that died in my house. Oh, was it self-defense? No, I think he had a heart attack. Then you got the family trying to sue. Next thing you know, there's a giant explosion at the attorney's office, and then who knows what happens next. Anyway, so we have a hello to Amy, and I shelved her while I learned more about AI myself. Yes, Mary Simon, that's exactly right. Of course, you seem to be doing pretty well with the AI. I let myself go a bit. I think I was a bit depressed after my breakup. My carnivore skipped a bit for sure. Well, I'm glad that you are back in there. I'm not a spear chucker. That's right. Hi, Mason. And we have hello to Kurt. All right, let's see if we can catch up here. Glad you're okay. Yep, self-defense is important. And speaking of the ultimate carnivore celebrity, we have Mitch. Old guy carnivore. I just dropped by to say hello. Well, I'm glad that you are here. And you become a regular on my channel. So the good thing is, Mitch would normally be doing his live stream between 7 and 8. And thank goodness, he takes his advice. Now, I don't know if you're having a Saturday Night Live. I think maybe that is off the table for now. But I'm glad that Mitch is taking his own advice. Take the rest of the day off and eat meat. Absolutely. Okay. I've also taken self-defense classes. That's smart. Are you going to take a walk or hit the gym? Okay, so we're asking Mitch the question. And there we go. And look at that. Good morning, Mitch. Barry Simon, hello, Mitch. The berries are super addictive. I learned that I can't eat them regularly, maybe here and there on occasion, but I can't be buying cartons of them, put them in my yogurt. Was a big mistake. Yes. Learn from Mitch. Mitch had a battle with those blueberries. Don't make the same mistake. And good morning to Mitch. Everybody likes Mitch. That's good. Yes, Peter, I tried to get some exercise every day, although compared to what I used to, it's pretty limited. Well, considering what you've been through, Mitch, every bit of exercise is good. And when I saw you in person, I was impressed because even though, your right hand isn't perfect, and now you're able to use it to operate the mouse, but Mitch stands up straight. He gets up unassisted. He's doing really well. And for somebody that'll be 80 before you know it, I'd say that's really good. Plus, I love his attitude. It's great. Are mangoes considered a berry? No, because bananas are considered a berry. The technical definition of a berry is something that produces multiple seeds. How does it work? From one flower. I forget the exact definition. But mangoes are not a berry. They're actually what's known as stone fruit. You have one big seed in it. So mangoes are kind of like, peaches and pears and all that. Rick, you are amazing. If I lived in Florida, I would occasionally eat mangoes and avocado. Mangoes loaded with B vitamins. Oh, I didn't know that. So now, as you know, I am pretty much the ultimate long-term carnivore. There's nobody else out there that's eaten an all-meat diet longer than me. But like all long-term carnivores, I don't eat just meat. I do eat some plant material on occasion, and I also eat dairy. So no one could ever say that I'm on a zero carbohydrate diet because I do consume carbohydrates. Now, how do I consume carbohydrates? I eat yogurt. I eat cheese. Now, I don't eat flavored yogurt. I make my own yogurt. I've made a video on it. Very basic, plain yogurt, which I really like. And I also eat eggs, which contain carbohydrates, and cheese, which contains carbohydrates. So I'm getting a regular dose of carbohydrates every day. Also, there's salt in cheese, even though I barely use salt on my food. The only thing that I salt is my eggs and my heart attack chicken and sometimes pork. But I don't salt beef. I don't salt the iguana. I don't salt the duck. I find salt on beef and duck to be an insult. I would never, ever salt beef. I just like the flavor as it is. Now, same thing with seafood. I never put salt on seafood. To me, it just ruins it. And reptile meat is the same way. I generally don't salt it because I don't like it salted. But there is quite a bit in cheese. And also, I think yogurt has electrolytes in it because yogurt does contain magnesium and it does contain some potassium. So I think even though I'm not one of those people that use an electrolyte solution, I think for the strict carnivore, and you know Mitch has videos on making your own electrolytes, I do believe that it could be important. Now, as you've seen me ride my bike, I go for long distances. For example, yesterday, I spent probably 2 hours on the bike. I drank no water and I used no electrolytes. And it was in the 80s and I was sweating. But it doesn't bother me. I've never got to the point where I get the cramps. So you're dealing with a completely different individual here than the average person. But again, if you're not addicted to sugar and you want to eat some fruit, as long as it's local fruit in season, I just don't see how it can hurt you. Now, if you're a carbohydrate addict and you start dabbling in the fruit, you know where that's going to lead to. It's going to lead to the supermarket, buying that supermarket fruit, eating it regularly, and probably hitting the ice cream and the candy and all that. The system is designed to suck you in. So if you have that weakness, strict carnivore is better. And I do believe that if you're going to eat strict carnivore, you're not hitting the yogurt and the cheese, you're not hitting the occasional plant material, then you better hit the electrolytes because you're going to have problems if you don't. Too many people I know, they've run into that. Baby steps, Mitch. When I was 320 pounds, I could barely walk any kind of long distances. You'll get stronger over time. Yeah. Are your mangoes very low fiber? They are great, but high fiber. Yeah, those mangoes that I have, they're not stringy. I think they are they're mostly, I don't think there's much fiber in those mangoes at all, but I would have to put it in a blender and then see exactly how much fiber is in it. Maybe I'll do that one day when the mangoes are in season. Now, Peter brings up a comment here. When I was doing keto, I bought dried mangoes at Aldi, but they were super addictive too. Dried fruit is probably the worst thing that you can eat because it concentrates the sugar. And if you are addicted, then you are basically playing with fire. Don't do it. You got to 320, I thought 260. 320. Well, you have to remember, Peter is very tall. You wouldn't know it by looking at him online. He is a giant. He was the second tallest person next to me at the Mitch meetup. Peter is huge, so it wouldn't be that hard for him to get over 300 pounds. Now, of course, if you weigh over 350 pounds, you could eat for free at the Heart Attack Grill in Las Vegas. But is it really worth it? I don't think so. Mango pie, no top crust. He had 5 mango trees. Yep. He's 6'3" tall. Yes, he's huge. All right. Let's see. I spoke way back in chat. Hello again, please don't be sad. Yep. I think that 198 pounds was too thin. Well, if you think that's thin, you got to realize that I weigh generally between 190 and 200 pounds. I'm even thinner than you. But I'm going to try to work on that one day. Yes, Rick, I am taking the weekend off. If there was anybody who deserved to take the weekend off, it is Mitch. So I'm glad you are. And I mean, you might make a video, who knows, but Don't do any lives. Just let everybody else do their live and you enjoy yourself. Go outside, do what you want to do. Go to the gym. Go out in your patio, have a big cigar, and enjoy. Our time is limited. Why push yourself when you don't have to? Enjoy. What's better? Running around in circles on a hamster wheel or taking time off and watch somebody else do their thing? And I like that. I like to do that. I do it all the time. Just eat normally. Oh, here we go. Now, again, hardcore carnivore. Polish Mike, I think, is the only other person besides me that wants to gain mass on the carnivore diet. No fasting, no one meal a day. Just eat and enjoy, exercise, and eat normally prepared foods. No carnivore ice creams, pizzas, or breads. Eat meat, eat eggs, and thrive. Stop eating for pleasure. If you seek pleasure in food, your life sucks. Uh-oh. Oh.
Call from 12696
Okay, we have a problem. My phone hasn't turned on. So what I'm going to do, I need to reset that timer. If you're calling into the show, I would recommend that you wait until after 9 when the phone starts working. I don't know. I have to see if the other one works, but let me take the cordless here. Because if you don't answer, this thing goes to voicemail. But I'll keep the cordless here, but I won't be able to play online until the system comes up. I've been lazy. I haven't done that. Do you guys really gain weight adding fruits? That's a good question. I don't. Fruit causes me to lose weight, not gain it. Good morning, Mitch. Hello, Sandy. Good morning. There we go. At the furniture store, I constantly see people have strokes, partially paralyzed on one side. I also see very obese, sick people, amputees. So sad. Yes. I've gained, but it was from high protein. I need more fat. Okay. People in pain, always looking for comfortable furniture and beds. Yeah, that is true. Saw a guy about the same age as me who was walking slowly, using a cane to help balance himself. I think he had a stroke and his wife was helping him. So sad. It's really sad when you realize it's unnecessary. When I start trying again, it's like, oh, that's good. Feel sluggish again when my thyroid was acting up. Yeah, I know Amy's had some challenges. She tends to gain weight easily. But you know what? Approaching it scientifically is a good idea. Now remember, you can't listen to someone like me who's never been obese. It is impossible for me to get fat. I couldn't. I tried so hard to gain weight and I can't. But remember, decades of living this way, living on the lower stress side, living on the carnivore diet, never being obese, doing all kinds of physical work. I am not the typical person, I can tell you right now. Most people, they seek comfort and they find it, and they're not going to push themselves to the limit. Hello? Good morning. Well, I've been pretty good. The problem is I can't put you on the live stream until the phone system turns on in about 15 or 20 minutes, but I'm good otherwise. Oh, 5 hours. That's not good. Mm-hmm. Right. Well, hopefully there'll be more time later, right? Well, you know what? Make the money while you can. That's what I think. Because then when you have it, you can take a little time off to do something else. Hmm. Yeah. Washing the car, and I forget what the other one was. Mm-hmm. Really? I saw there was a lot. It was 1,000 or something when I looked at it. Ah, there you go. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Really? Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Another 5 minutes, 10 minutes. This time you saw the backyard. I
Yeah.
did that nonstop.
Really? That's what the video was. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I did that nonstop, and then I cut off. I took like 10 minutes to have coffee, and then came back out and finished up the backyard.
Mm.
Not even missing a lick. Yeah.
See?
This is what Carnivore has done for me.
That's right. And you know, the problem is that people don't understand that until they experience it. I think a lot of times they'll laugh, oh, that's not possible. You can't do that. And like, yeah, you can.
Yep. In fact, I enjoyed it thoroughly mowing my lawn.
Really?
I enjoyed it. Oh, dude, it was relaxing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just get out there, put the headset on, and listen to podcasts or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
and get down mowing.
That's great.
And it was like 85 degrees that day, Rick. 85 degrees that day, and I was out there mowing.
Same as here.
Yeah. So, and like I said, I enjoyed it thoroughly. The only thing I regret now is I haven't not once I haven't grilled.
Really?
I haven't grilled yet this year. No.
Well, that's coming. That's coming. Well, I hope that, you know, you'll continue to post videos on YouTube and just keep it light. And, you know, maybe people start watching them.
Yeah. Yeah. If you would just promote it. I'm just gonna keep. I'm not gonna go back to that old shit.
Okay.
That's why I haven't transferred those videos that I did with leaving Carnivore. I haven't transferred them over to this channel because that's the old Kurt.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's good.
So what's going on with Thomas?
You know, Thomas, he was in the hospital because his feet had swollen up. I haven't seen any videos from him in a few days.
When was this?
Oh, it was a couple days ago. I can look it up on the live stream, but yeah. And he had a couple people that send him mean messages. He tends to take it personally, which a lot of people do. So, you know, he just has to keep fighting, I guess. And I think he fell off the carnivore diet for a little while and then got back on it.
You know, I still have after being 6 months of eating shit food to appease my in-laws, I still have problems, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm remembering, just like now, I got a pair of glasses, new pair of glasses, eye exam, and I got a new pair of safety glasses for work. Well, they're not the same as the prescription I got 12 or 14 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But when I was sitting out here in the garage having my coffee the other day, I saw the neighbor's car. I looked at their plate, and it was fuzzy as all get out, like prior. And I'm like, okay, I know what the problem is. There's one change I made to my diet.
Mm.
And that change is I've been having iced coffee, which is like half a cup of milk
Right.
in my coffee.
Mm.
And I drink 4 of those a day.
Wow.
So, yeah. So you're talking 2 cups of milk
Mm-hmm. It's a lot of
a
lactose.
day is not good.
No.
Yeah. Yeah. So starting after this, I'm giving myself this weekend the leisure of having my iced coffee, enjoy it, because come Monday, it's butter in the coffee again.
Excellent.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I figured, that it's causing my vision not to be as good. I know it's solved my weight,
Mm-hmm.
but my vision is gotten bad.
Okay.
The glasses didn't fix it, Rick.
Well, you got to keep working on that. You know, again, I can't use my example because my eyesight doesn't really change. But our background, I mean, everybody's background is different. I'm the exception. I'm like the oddball in this world.
Well, you're not the oddball. You're the uniform.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Yeah. That's right.
Oh. So how close are you to getting the hell out of Florida?
Well, I don't think I'm going to leave Florida, but I'm definitely going to leave Miami. But we'll see. Once I get my truck finished, which is an ongoing process, you know, I keep running into issues, but I'm working on it. At least I got my van semi-reliable until I pull the transmission out. I've been almost stuck several times. It just turned out to be bad battery terminals and a rigged up cable that a previous owner decided to splice the battery cable using a bolt, which rusted, and then wrapping it with electrical tape, which held water. So you can only imagine what that did.
Wiring, whenever you buy a used vehicle, that's the first thing. Biggest problem anybody has is the wiring.
Mm-hmm.
Because somebody always thinks they know what's good. And, oh, I'm going to splice this. And, oh, I don't need that wire. And everything goes to pot.
That's correct. And, you know, the thing is, I tell people, even the factory connections are imperfect because they don't solder the connections, but at least they crimp them and they often cover them with a plastic coating, which really helps. But these other people, they buy some Scotch locks and one of those little pliers crimpers, and they stick that in there, and then they wonder why the thing starts to drop voltages and get hot and cause problems. Like, no. Now the old cars, like my Chargers, every time they had a connection, like a multi-connection, they would solder it and then they would put plastic over it, even though the spade terminals were crimped, and even those had trouble. So imagine when some genius that's got about all the electrical training of a dog decides, I'm going to make it better. Well, you know what happens next.
I do. Yeah, it's funny. It's similar. I mean, when it comes to people, that mindset. Because like we were at work the other day, somebody a plastic pallet full of totes, it folded in half. So half the load was on the rack, half the load was on the forks, and parts were everywhere. And we had 20 chiefs back there analyzing what's the best way to get it down. It was like 20 feet up in the air. And I took one look at it. I knew what to do, but I knew better than to even think about getting involved.
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna let those idiots look like fools. They had 20 people back there with hard hats and safety vests, and it was a shit show.
Mm-hmm.
And they were back there for over an hour, just looking. Oh, what do you think, Kendrick? I don't know, Joe, man. Sort of scary. Oh, please. Stick two poles on each side, outside the forks, underneath the pallet, and then raise the forks and start pushing the forks back underneath the pallet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the plastic pallet, it's a good thing they didn't blame the driver, because he is a good driver. He's a safe driver.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, you don't know the abuse those plastic pallets get put through, and they get plastic wears out.
Well, the biggest problem I've seen with the plastic pallets is they start getting smooth And then the thing skates. It's just like ice skates sometimes on the forks.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. True.
Hmm.
Yep. But, yeah, it was bad when a couple weeks ago I was at work and I think our boss just came from third shift on to second, and it was like his second night there, and an operator got a rack stuck. He was loading a rack into a robot.
Hmm.
He got his fork stuck. He got the rack stuck, and that was the start of it.
Mm-hmm.
And then we came back from lunch, and I was trying to stack this small little bin on top of another, and because I didn't have my glasses at the time, I couldn't see shit.
Mm-hmm.
And I dumped the bin of parts, and then he has to come down there, and we have to clean everything up, and then another operator. I know what it started with. It started with a seasoned forklift driver. He dumped a bin of parts, and it was like 3 high, and that was his own fault because he likes to take shortcuts.
Mm-hmm.
And he was using the forks to open the lid of a bin, and it picked up the whole bin and offset it and dumped it.
Mm-hmm.
Then it was me dumping the parts on the dock, and then the kid getting the shit stuck. But it was like a trifecta. Welcome to second shift.
Mm-hmm.
For the boss.
The challenges.
Yeah, I'm surprised I haven't heard from you. I don't get emails from you anymore, mister.
I don't email anybody. I never have time. I'm always out working.
Okay.
But if and I always feel bad about bothering people. A lot of times I call my friends and then they're busy, and it's like, okay, so I let them call me because they all got families, they all got responsibilities, and me, I just work and deal with the cats. So I tell them, just call me any night. I'm almost always here. Or if you want, drop into my morning live stream.
Well, unfortunately, I work second shift. I don't get off. Like last night, I didn't get home until midnight. Didn't get to bed till like 1.
Right.
And I was up at 6 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
So I typically don't make your lives.
Right.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you knew Jeff from Carnivore Talk. He was just in the hospital.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he had a couple of blood clots in the lungs. I don't know what the technical name is.
Because he was on Carnivore Talk. Yeah.
Pulmonary embolism.
Okay.
Yeah, he was on Monday, and
Yeah.
Tuesday was in the hospital.
I was on Monday as well.
Yep. But yeah, Tuesday he was in the hospital. I called him, and he was out of breath, and then that's when he told me.
Okay.
And then Tuesday night, the kid from Missouri, the Carnivore.
Kelly,
yeah.
Yeah.
He mentioned something on Cookout.
Okay.
Jeff. Yeah, he had surgery. It feels like somebody punched him in the ribs 1,000,000 times every time he coughs.
Mm-hmm.
So I doubt he'll be on Carnivore Talk. Maybe he will. I don't know.
Right.
Oh, ready to go, hon? All right, Rick, I got to get.
Well, thanks, man. I'm glad to hear from you. Like I said, if you don't hear from me, I'm not ignoring you. I just get so many things going on. Just keep in touch.
I'm just. Yeah, we'll do.
All right.
You take care and enjoy your Saturday.
Thank you. You too. I hope you got some time off you can enjoy.
Yeah, we will, hopefully.
All right.
All right, you take care, Rick.
Thanks, Kurt. All right. Well, I had to improvise. My phone system still hasn't turned on, but it will. I just need to get my time and see. I don't keep up like I should. I don't check my emails. I mean, voicemail. I barely keep up with that. A lot of times, I'm just distracted with work. Now, Manic Scabic says, after the long bike ride, what do you feel, Rick? Sleepy? Nope. I went on my bike ride, and I was here at the house working. I don't feel sleepy after my bike ride at all. Amy likes tall men. Husband is 6'4". I'm tall, and I like the tall guys. Well, good for you. Tall is, in my opinion, a good thing. Mitch is tall. Mitch is about average, 5'10". Yes. I had lots of butter, some bacon grease, heavy cream in my coffee. I have 5 fried eggs in the AM. I'm up to 6 eggs now. Eggs were 98 cents a dozen, so I went totally crazy. I filled half my refrigerator with eggs. So now I have the pleasure of eating them all. And they're good. I love eggs. All right. Now we have another question. Will you be able to do your show today and listen for an Amazon delivery? They should deliver from 10 to 5 to your house today. Well, what I may have to do, I may have to turn off the phone message because most of the people that delivered can't speak English and they don't know how to go through the instructions. So I may have to do that. Okay. Your phone is messed up. Nope, but you got through. Howdy, beautiful Jerry. Hi, Amy. Kevin Hawthorne. Good morning again. Yes. I mean, many women I know say it's hard to find tall men. That is true. Cubes of tallow, interesting. Heavy cream to butter. Yep. Hey, tallow is good once you like it. Eggs in the AM. And we have from North Dakota Carnivore Lance, who usually has a live, I believe, at 11. Good morning, Rick and Milton. Well, good morning. Butter makes me go to the bathroom. If I do butter, I haven't went to the bathroom on day 3. I go to the bathroom at least once a day and sometimes up to 3 times a day. I am the only carnivore probably that eats 3 meals a day and has gone to the bathroom 3 times a day. But generally, it's once a day. I'm the exception to the rule. Slaughterhouse, if I come in, I get 5 or 10 bag of beef fat. Nice. Going to ask where you get the tallow. There we go. Let's see if we can catch up. I love real butter in my coffee. There you go. Coffee has more antioxidants than red wine. Red wine gives me migraines. Red wine has tannins and other things in there that can give people headaches. It's good to know that coffee is not unhealthy because so many people in this carnivore community drink coffee. I'm beginning to think there might be a reason why people are drinking coffee, but I can't figure out what it is yet. And there's Peter talking about what he eats. Is that Kurt? Yes, that was Kurt. I'm going to have oven roasted chicken leg quarters for dinner. Well, there you go. And you are correct. Rick should put it on speakerphone. Yes, that's what I did. I'm having chicken crust ketovore pizza. Nice. I guess that's like pacemaker pizza and red sauce. I'm making pizza for my dad. He lost about 15 pounds. Rick has a cell phone. Watch out. I have it, but I don't have cell phone service. I use it as a mobile device, and there I am to make sure that I haven't been knocked off. Peter, several Tall Clubs International. Are meant to be at least 6'2" and women 5'10". Well, there you go. Okay. Yeah, Amy, I'm sure will share her ingredients. Making pizza for your dad. Oh, my goodness. Grilled for the first time. Oh, all right. Grilled for the first time. Interesting. Who's on the phone? That is Kurt. You may not remember him, otherwise known as Meathead. He was very active for a while, then took a break, and now is returning. You'd find him a lot on Carnivore Talk on Monday, but I'm glad that he has returned and is back in the carnivore space. And Jonathan is showing that's a very strong and interesting. Oh, okay. The phone system, I think, just turned on. Yes, it did. So the next person that calls in will not have to be on speakerphone. And by the way, I was looking at, what's this thing here? I had a map. I looked at my Google map. It showed I was over 20 miles yesterday on the bicycle, so that was pretty good. The pizza crust is made with Carnivore. The chicken crust pizza is good. I used to make that for my son when I first started. Very similar to the pacemaker pizza. Stopped eating that, so can of chicken for lunch because I needed to use it up. There we go. Thomas went to the ER because the feet's swelling up. They gave him water pills, and I hope he's doing well now. That is correct. All right. Joe's stream just finished, and that was back at 8:51. I have to admit, I never really get that far behind on the comments. That's why my live stream lasts so long. If everybody did what I did, you'd have 4 or 5 hour live streams. So most people will skip some of the comments. I hit everyone because you never know. Suggests wear compression socks when he's working. Yep. Carnivore, okay. When you go off track, you get the inflammation times 1,000, and that can cause the swelling feet. Yeah. Thomas' doctor were giving him simple water pills, saved a ton. Diabetic. I don't even know why they call them water pills. There's no water in those pills. Do you deliver? There you go again, Mason, using common sense. You go, girl. Yep. Hello from Kathy. Be here. Good morning, everyone. Well, good morning from Rick in Miami. All right, so we have hellos back. Notice that every time somebody drops in, we get a lot of hellos back because we are a community here. This is not pay for play. Nobody's looking for anything. We're just here to hang out. Of course, the fact he chooses not to go to bed to sleep does a lot of favors. Hi, Rick and everyone. Joe's is here. I guess you are finished your live stream at this time, and I'm glad that you are here with Jonathan. I love having great people in my live stream. It makes the stream interesting and never boring. Some live streams can get tedious. Sometimes you listen to a person talk, and you might drift off. I have that bad habit. When I don't interact with people, I lose interest. Sometimes I'll fall asleep. I've fallen asleep on live streams. I pop in a live stream with a bunch of other people, and they're talking away, and I'm just sitting in the background, and I will fall asleep. It's happened because you work all day, and then you get to the point where you're not talking, you're not moving. Your body says, okay, Rick, time to shut down. And I start falling asleep. There we go. Okay. Yeah, making me tired just thinking about it. It's like going to a lecture, like when you're in school, you're in college or high school or whatever, and you get bored. Spitting out some truths, I'm sure they'll offend. Yeah. Right? Hope you're all well. It's lovely and sunny here in the UK. Well, that's good for there. It's also sunny here, but that's normal for Florida. Live, not life. Okay. Live or live, whatever. I will be on. Okay, so you're talking about the live. Now, her live is about 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, usually. So we have a hello from Jonathan. And I'm going to go to the tanning bed. Then I heard to you, Claire. I don't know why anybody would use a tanning bed. I don't know. I'm always trying to avoid the sun, and I always end up in it. So, all right. Let's see. 12 noon Central. Yes, 1 at Eastern Time. By that time, I've already logged off, and I let everybody else. Kelly usually has his around 4. Well, that's on Sunday. I don't know. Thomas usually has his around 4 today. Hopefully, he'll be feeling good enough. Maybe he has one, maybe he doesn't. But at that time, I should be outside, hopefully working on my truck. Or I may go over to the hardware store and see if I can get a piece of rubber where I can fix my acetylene gauge. Let me go ahead and do that. What I'm going to also do, let me change my phone system so if somebody does call me, they don't get trapped in the sort of loop here. All right. Plastic pallets are more expensive, rising oil prices. Yep. I have a few of them. I'm now a tall, skinny guy, but still have a bit of a belly. Well, what do you think, Peter? Do I have a belly? I can't really find it. Plastic pallets, good grief. They're very common because they tend to last longer. If I could get rid of the belly, I'd look a lot like Rick. Well, you answered my question right there. All right. Trying not to break diet to feast others is a constant challenge. Family members, work events. What I've learned to do is say no to offers. Yes, that's right. Avoid getting into dietary disaster. I have to catch replay. I go to swim aerobics. There we go, which feels more like a polar plunge. Well, I'm glad that you were here, at least for a little while. You can always skip through the important points. Hope Jeff's going to be okay. Hopefully he will. He's been making progress. Hopefully he'll be out and about again. I live alone. Have to be myself, to tie myself down to the chair to tell the cravings to pass. It must be hard to deal with that. You too, Joe. There we go. My son lost weight with low carb, but tells me surely I can have a dessert at my age when I want to. Not true. That's right. If that stuff triggers you, stay away from it. Don't. Why would you play around with the disaster when something bad could happen? It'd be like making gunpowder by grinding it between a couple of pieces of flint. It's only a matter of time before that sparks up and you're done. Barkay did a video about this recently. Highly recommended. Yes, that is true. I think I saw that one. My delivery man has arrived with 5 new cat coats for Miss Mary. I don't know how you can put that on your cat. If I tried to put something on Milton like that, I'd be wearing a lot more cat scratches. Tall is a great thing. I'm with you there, Amy. Yes, I like tall. But then again, I always say a perfect girlfriend would be the female version of Dr. Sean Baker. I could go for that. My son tells me I can have fruit and honey, but I tell him I can't. When people tell me I can have fruit and honey, I said, sure, I can. I just don't like it. I find honey disgusting. I've had people give me ham. I take a bite out of it and I go, pfft. It's awful. Oh, it's honey ham. Oh. Next thing you know, I got to get salt water and soak the thing and then rinse it with a garden hose to make it slightly edible. I'm only 6'1", thanks to chiropractic work and resistance training. Yeah, but what you're still huge, Jonathan. No one could ever mistake you for being some little vegan. I mean, there's a big difference between Jonathan Griffiths and, let's say, Michael Greger. Yes. Actually, there's a big difference between Rick and Michael Greger. We have to have like the carnivore versus vegan Olympics. You do realize that Michael Greger is younger than me. So what we'll do, we'll have a Rick Rodriguez versus Michael Greger, sort of a, what do they call that? Triathlon? No, triathlon. Ironman or whatever it is. There'll be cycling, there'll be sprinting, and then there'll be some kind of engine lifting. And we'll see which one can do the job. I'll give Michael Greger a small block engine. He probably couldn't lift it a millimeter off the ground. And I could just see him on a bike. We'll give him not one of them fancy lightweight bikes, but it'll be one of those bikes from the dump. Well, here we got a pile of bikes from the dump. Here's a challenge. You got to go to Granger to buy this hardware. So I'm going to give you this list. I'm going to give you a pile of bikes and a box of tools. You got to build a bike out of the junk bike pile. Then you got to ride over there, get the part, and ride back. And the person who makes it back first is going to get a big prize. For the carnivore, it's going to be 200 pounds of beef. And for the vegan, it's going to be 400 pounds of duck food. How's that? Well, you know that Rick will be back home enjoying part of his meat, while Greger's over there still trying to figure out how to put a bicycle together. Okay, my son is a huge Paul Saladino fan, and he does that kind of diet. Meat-heavy keto, but with lots of fruit honey. Well, your son has probably never been obese. I never met him, but I could assume he's probably one of those fitness bodybuilder types that everybody wants to be. Obviously, your son is not a toothpick like me, that's for sure. You're a whole lot taller than me, Jonathan. You're my big man. Yes, great couple, great couple. I'm glad that Jonathan was able to find somebody that he really likes who also really likes him. You can see it They really do seem to like each other a lot. And I mean a lot. That's something that I've never experienced, and I probably never will. Then again, my kitty cats like me, but sometimes they're not so nice, so who knows. My most trendy short is about Paul's diet, sadly. Yep. Everybody looks at Paul Saladino and his silliness, so if you criticize it, you'll get some attention. Hi, Rick and guys. Graham here from the UK. Well, hi, Graham. Glad you are here. There's Thomas. We were talking about you. I don't know if you're going to be having a live later today, but hopefully you are feeling better, getting older and shorter one day. Well, I haven't gotten shorter, and I've gotten older. I'm still a little over 6'6". I say that I'm 6'6", but with my shoes on, I'm over 6'7". I'm a big, tall. Well, I'm not big. I'm just tall. I weigh less than 200 pounds. I have arms like a toothpick. I'm not one of them big old muscle guys like some of them, but I can do, I manage. I'm fine. I got skinny legs, but I can outcycle anybody, even the real, big-legged cyclists. And I ride junky bikes. All right. I made a comment about the tall clubs we have here in the States. Yes. Coffee is a morning ritual for most people, but not this guy. I need to join the tall club. All right. And Thomas says hi to Terry Sue. UK tall clubs. Coffee has AMPK stimulatory effects, which increases LUT4 transporter receptor sensitivity and enhance mitochondrial function up to a point. Well, that's good to know. Maybe that's why people love their coffee. The question is, how do I get by without coffee? And I do really well. And Jerry's talking about the Tall Clubs International. I remember I've actually been to that before. Did you stay late at Grandma's house last night? I went to bed early for a change. Hello, Lizzie. And let's see. I think Liz, doesn't she have a live stream at 10? I think it is. Because I know at 10 o'clock, there's a lot of competition here. I was on the road, finally home. YouTube video with Dr. Robert Lustig shows fructose is even worse for your blood sugar than sucrose. Well, sucrose has fructose in it. Maybe you mean glucose. Hey, at Rough, yes. Thomas is feeding a lot, I am sure, yes. Several chapters. Yeah, so I saw that one. Okay. Fructose, 8 times more glycating potential compared to glucose. So I guess you're better off eating a plantain than a ripe banana. I'm only 5'5", so they won't let me join. No. Those water pills I give you a ton. Sure, okay. Let's see. All right, let me double check here. Oh, boy, the comments have really shifted into high drive, so I'm going to have to shift into overdrive and make this happen. Berries will inflame my body per gram of sugar than Haribo. Haribo is a gummy bear, right? Sue is just enough to fill the Sahara Desert. Okay, so he's not urinating that much. Question from Jonathan. What's the scenery on those sweet pillowcases behind you? Well, I will show them to you. These are some pillows my mother had. It's actually, I'm not sure. I don't know if this is like, let's see. It doesn't say what it is. It looks like old time with sailboats and a buggy. Okay. And the other one, basically the same thing. Horse and buggy. What is this? Oh. All right. Let's see. Okay. So we have this. Put that there. All right. Why is this? Thing's a little on the wacky side. Oh, come on. Yeah. I'm not gonna worry about it. But that's some scenery. I mean, it's something we've had. This has been in the family for at least 40 years. It was around when I was younger. I remember back when I was in college, my mom had those on the old couch, and Mom got into this whole like buying stuff phase, and she bought a ton of stuff, and this got pushed to the back, and then eventually it ended up in the storage room. Well, I brought it out here when I changed the couch. This couch was from a clean out. The old couch got eaten by termites. White pizza made with chicken crust and clean Alfredo sauce sounds good. That's like a pacemaker pizza, yeah. You could be the mascot. They were his moms. That is correct. First person carnivore chat to be so specific regarding fructose. Well, if you want to get the straight information, you go to Jonathan. Please pin your phone number to the top of the chat in case anyone wants to call in. I will do that as soon as I catch up with the comments. Usually I wait until about 9 something when the phone system turns on. What I like to do when I start my live stream, generally, I like to attack the comments, get them out of the way, and then when things start to settle down, usually around 10 o'clock, then I start doing that. I got the new phone working in the end, Charger Mopar. Now, the back of the phone is hotter than the sun. Well, that's what happens with those phones. You know, entropy is everywhere. It's always a good morning on Saturdays at work. Well, thank you, Gary. I am glad that you are here. I appreciate it. This doesn't surprise me. I'm only one of 3 carnivore nutritionists actively on YouTube. That is correct. And Jonathan is the original carnivore bodybuilder on YouTube. And I don't know if there's really any others. I mean, there's people that do some exercise or bodybuilding, but as an active bodybuilder, I think you are still the only one that I know of. No live today for me. Okay, so Thomas will not have a live today. I guess he's going to continue to concentrate on his recovery. Or he might be working. You never know. You're the best one, Jonathan. Well, Jonathan's the original. And by the way, I've been on a lot of live streams with people. Now, I had been interviewed by many people over Zoom or other programs, but the very first time that I was interactive live with anybody, it was with Jonathan Carnivore Muscle. We go back a long way. Jonathan found me through Bart K's channel. Bart K, I think, was the second or third person to interview me. The first person, of course, was Joey, who deleted all his videos. The second, I think it might have been Scott Everson, the one that puts on the meat stock now. But Bart K was, I believe, the third. Or might have been second. It's hard to say. But it was back in August of 2022. And then Jonathan came shortly after. So I knew Jonathan before he had his spinal surgery. So I've known Jonathan for a while. I consider us to be good friends through the internet. We haven't met in person yet. We will eventually. But at this point, we have quite a history going. I give that for, yeah. Okay, exactly. And that's where I found Jonathan. I've never seen plastic pallets. Are they light? Not really. Some of them can be heavier than the wooden ones. It's a tie between you and Bart. There we are. And there's Jonathan. There we go. I was talking about eating foods that are disastrous with a friend. Sometimes we do it knowing it's going to cause drama. It's like we subconsciously punishing ourselves. That, or it could be just the addiction. To dress cats, you got to start them young. Well, if you put anything on Milton, you're going to find out that my cat should have been called a food processor. Sounds like the birds are chirping. Maybe Miss Kitty is out there looking for food. I got some cans of food for her. She needs plenty of food so she can nourish her absolutely adorable little kittens. And when I do get my hands on the kittens, you can be sure there will be a video showing the kittens. Internet loves kitten videos. Kittens are totally cute. It's hard to believe they grow up to be the little menaces that they turn into. Let's see, put the code on her now. She's been suffering with anxiety, and I don't like giving her the medication the vet offers. She somehow finds the codes comforting. That cat, that is so funny, dressing up the cat. I've got every medication for pain in my system. My typing and reading is off. Well, Jonathan, you do the best you can, and we appreciate that. Jonathan often has to do videos almost laying down to try to relieve the pain. I think you get a certain window of time during the day when you can sit up and do it. But you work with what you got. Oh, poor Miss Harry, yeah. Like a weighted blanket. There we go. Her fur is growing back nicely now. She prefers the coats to her collars. I like good people. Rick, you are enough as you are. Anything else is a bonus in your life. Well, thank you, Jonathan. I appreciate that. I like being thought of as a good person and not a total quack. My son was a skinny kid, put on mega pounds as a firefighter. Old ladies kept bringing cookies to the firehouse. That's a shame. But what can you do? Good morning. Had to ask you something, but I forgot. Well, I'm sure you'll remember. For some reason, last night that featured two tallest people from Netherlands. I think the guy was 7'2", and the woman was the same height when she put on heels. Wow, that's extremely tall. There is a limit as to how tall you can get and still be healthy. Charger Mopar. Every one of us has a soulmate out there. Not everyone is ready for theirs, but they're there, ready when they are. Too many theirs there. Well, I believe some people believe that. I doubt it, but I'm one of the exceptions. There's a lot there. Yes, there is. I got lost in theirs for a minute. Carnivore muscle, yes. I don't have a live stream today. I get to chill out with you guys. Well, Liz, I'm glad you're here. This may turn out to be a very lively and a little bit longer than usual one. Thanks for sharing, Rick. My pleasure. Hope you're feeling better. We all want Thomas to feel better, and he says he's okay. That's great. Rick Sullivan is a black cat menace named Milton. How could I forget Milton? Yeah, Milton is a black menace, but he's a sweetheart. Just got to watch him. He likes to stalk and attack, but that's why I keep this window cleaner. Are you off today or do you have to go into work? Okay. All right. I'm very fortunate to have come across Rick. If some more money comes my way soon, I'll be sending Rick a care package as a thank you for what he does for the community. Well, you know that's not necessary, Jonathan. I'm just glad to have you as a friend. The great thing about Jonathan is that anytime somebody has a question regarding the carnivore diet, bodybuilding, fitness, or nutrition in general, I have my go-to expert in the nutrition space. Not only trained in nutrition, but also experienced. I have a lot of respect for people like that. When they actually use their own experience, their own body, their own real world to test these things out. That's really good. It's better than some internet meme where somebody just makes something up or maybe some theoretical research that isn't accurate. But I really appreciate that. So I'm glad that you're here and you're participating in my live stream. That's great. And Thomas is off today. That's even better. Rick deserves a care package for sure. I've had people send me, meat and send me parts for things, and I appreciate it. I'm hoping that in the near future, I will no longer be the poorest guy, and I will have a way to generate a decent income, and I'm going to start giving things to people. I think a lot of companies are missing out by not having me analyze their products because they could get an honest review, and I would be able to, if they gave me stuff and I could keep it, I'd give it to somebody else. I'd re-gift it because I got so much junk as it is. There's no way that I could add a lot more stuff. Then again, if there was a company that made acetylene regulators or something like that, they sent me one of these, I'd put it to use. There's a lot of tools that I have that people could use, and I use all kinds of strange things. In fact, how many people do you know that have two of these in every room of their house? Now this one has been used, so I got to recharge it. That's why it's sitting in here. But with all the little mishaps that I have in my world, there's all kinds of things that I use. I even keep, that's the dry powder. I even have some of these wet fire extinguishers that use water and soda. So we are definitely different. There's no other live stream that you're going to find that has a wider variety of things. I like having many things to choose from. All right. Yes, it is. we get enough money, we'll have to go visit Rick. Well, hopefully by that time, I'll be living in my new place because this is no place anybody would want to visit. It's like staying with Sanford and Son. But when I move, I will definitely have what I'm going to have, ideally. I'm going to have my nice little 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom house that'll be in the woods, completely surrounded, invisible from the air. And then I'll have my guest house. So what I wanted to do, well, first what I'll probably do is break out the motorhome, my school bus. I'll have that parked over there. And then I'll build the guest house, which will also be a 1-bedroom, 1-bath thing, exactly like my house, except separated. And then I'll have my shop. The shop was going to dominate the lot. My shop will be at least 50 feet by maybe 60 to 100 feet. It's going to be bigger than, well, probably my whole lot right here. Because then I can put everything in the shop. I have my shelves. I can do work from there. I can make videos from there. I could be the next sort of, guy on YouTube that's making videos about a lot of different things. And Tammy's here. Good morning, Rick, Miss Kitty. And you quackers, yes. Well, good morning. And hopefully soon I'll be showing you Miss Kitty's gorgeous little kittens. My cat Pixel can be a menace too. She's 9 now though, so not as much as a few years back. She would lurk and then attack with no provocation. That's Milton. That's the way cats are. Reckon we could all pull through. Old ladies love firefighters. Pixel sounds like a little assassin. Milton is the worst. You've seen me being attacked by Milton right on camera. It's quite funny. But usually for my live stream, I feed him pretty well. Then he goes on the bed and falls asleep. Will Milton be jealous of the new kitties? I got to figure that out. I don't know. So we're keeping them. She's outside. Milton's inside. Eventually, I'll let her inside once the kittens are big enough, because I don't want Milton to take them out. If Milton starts attacking the kitties, Milton's going to get smacked, and Milton's going to be put in timeout, probably never allowed to go outside. But I think he'll be all right. I think it's just a matter, because I know he likes Miss Kitty. Those two were hanging out when he was outside, and I just got to know the kittens. I mean, they sound super cute, but I haven't seen them during the day yet. Maybe today I'll see them. Maybe today you'll see the video about the beautiful kittens. Howdy, Quackman. Well, howdy, Josephine. Glad that you have dropped in. We'll be watching Kitty Cat Drama with crispy chicken skins instead of popcorn. Well, there you go. I'd love to see you doing reviews. You'd be real and transparent. Yes, I am not good at making things up. I'm probably the worst person to sell anything because I can't. I can't lie about it. I like what I like. I hate what I hate. And there's nothing I can do about it. It's just, that's the way I am. I'm too old to change. Let's put it that way. Although I could pass for younger. You never know. It'll be havoc when all those cats start messing with Rick's wires. Well, I have a feeling that the kittens, I got to give them away. I can't afford to have a bunch of cats. It costs $30 per cat just to keep them going. But Miss Kitty, after I get her fixed, once her kittens have grown up, I'm going to get her fixed so she doesn't make any more. I'll probably turn her into a house cat, and then Milton and Miss Kitty can hang out together. And hopefully they don't tear each other apart. But I think they'll be fine. I think the two of them will get along just fine. And Juliet has dropped in. Good morning. Good morning. I'm glad that you're here. And her lives are usually on Sunday. But I don't think she had one last time. I guess it depends on schedule. Yeah, there we go. We're having hello and hello to Juliet. And we have hellos going on. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Crispy chicken skins. Yes. Bacon and pork rinds. To watch the Kitty Cat Drama. Well, there you are. Rick, yesterday I recorded a video with Chafee plus or minus Saladino. All right. I have to check that out. I don't know if it was with them live or just as a video reaction, but I'm going to check it out. Sounds like a perfect setup. Can we stay in the motorhome we visit? Yes, you can. I have a 1972 Bluebird school bus, and I need to get that back. Okay. Will your new place be in South Florida? Yes, I hope so. I own a lot. I have a 5-acre lot near Lake Okeechobee area. It's gotten very expensive in some places. I'm waiting to see when the market tanks. If it goes back down, then I will build there. If it stays expensive, I'll sell and move somewhere else. I don't want to live where it's expensive. Next thing you know, I'll be surrounded by black, white, and gray McMansions, and I don't want to deal with that. Of course, sitting on 5 acres, you're pretty much isolated. But when you get the wrong kind of neighbors, it ruins the neighborhood. I got to go where you have cars on blocks and cows outnumber people. And there's Kelly. Good morning, Rick and everyone. Well, good morning. We're just talking about you. I don't know if you're going to have a Sunday live, but if you are, let us know. Pride's Biscuit, good morning, Rick and family. Good morning. Good to see you have dropped in. We have a good morning to Juliet, and good morning from North Dakota Carnivore. How old are you, Rick? You say you've been carnivore for 40 years. You must have called for baby milk. I am 57. I will be 58 in June. I started carnivore in 1983 when I was age 15. But I appreciate the compliment. Yes, I'm going to be 60 in a few years. Can you imagine that? And no gray hair. In fact, I just trimmed my hair a couple days ago, and I have it in the garbage. I had people say that I colored my hair. Well, if you don't believe me, the hair is there. I can make a video on that. People would probably get upset, but it's the real deal. But yes, I am definitely. Okay, it was a recorded video, Max Helmer. We had a good laugh. Well, there you go. I'll be having a live tomorrow, 3 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Eastern, and we'll be the guest tomorrow on Carnivore Sunday School with Julia and John. All right, so you get to see Kelly twice tomorrow. 1 o'clock Eastern is Carnivore Sunday School. If you don't know what that is, you know you know who that is, don't you? Yes, it is the other John Laspina, carnivore teacher, and this lady you see right here, Juliet, in the carnivore space. There used to also be George Goodenough, but I think he's become too busy. I don't see him in the live either. So, but yes, check that out. And I'm sure they'll be interviewing Kelly about all the things that he's going to be doing. He already does a lot. He goes on these missions to help build homes for people. He works. He's going to be getting hip surgery. So there's a lot coming up on his plate. Rick turned 180 recently. Okay, well, that might be true. I don't know. I seem to be my mom said, an old soul. So who knows? I might have been around several times. But let's see. Good morning from Kelly, and good morning. I need to send you new StreamYard link. Okay. Jonathan, yes. Morning to Kelly. All right. Rick must be one of those vampires I was talking about earlier. Charger Mopar looks incredibly youthful, which is amazing because I spend a lot of time in the outdoors. I've been in the sun a lot. Look at me yesterday. Watch my bike ride. I don't use sunscreen. I don't wear sunglasses. That's it. Okay. Now, let's see. Oh, and look at who's popped in. All right. Okay. I needed sleep, apparently. Getting up every day at 5 a.m. finally caught up to me. Well, I'm glad that you are getting the sleep that you need. And look, it's Mr. Potato Man. Do you know John Carnivore Teacher? He is gay. He's married to a man. I'm very upset about this, but unbelievable. I didn't know. Carnivores are gay. Well, I met John and his husband at Hack Your Health, and I like both of them. They're good people. So who cares who they're married to? I don't care. I have a friend who is also gay, and he's been married to a 6'9" husband up there in Minnesota since 2001. And he's been on the carnivore diet since probably 98, 99. And he's another good person. So, I don't know. But does it really matter if somebody is a homosexual? Well, I'm sure that if you're hardcore into the Bible and you know what the Bible says about that type of behavior, you are probably very upset. And I can understand that. But I read the Bible too. I believe that God is very, very, very critical to a successful life. However, What a person does with somebody that they're friends with or whatever doesn't bother me. If somebody is a homosexual and they are, let's say, married to somebody, what do I care? If the person is a good person and they're not trying to take advantage of other people and they're not doing bad things otherwise, they're not really causing any trouble. And they should do whatever works for them. But yes, I know that. I don't talk about it because it doesn't matter. I'm sure there's other people in the carnivore space that are homosexuals. And, you know, back in the 50s, that was a dirty word. If you've ever seen those movies, they had, you know, the danger of the homosexual. They always make it as something really bad. I use that term because gay technically means happy. So if you're one of those people that is, well, let's see if I can get this to work. If you're happy, okay, fine. But when it comes to that, now you have the hardcore fundamentalists that they believe that if they don't warn people about the errors of their ways, that God is going to punish them for it. So they have to go out there and they have to be very vocal about it. And these are the people that I get frustrated with because they feel like it's their responsibility. Now, of course, if you want to give somebody advice and if you want to give them scriptural advice, that is absolutely fine. But if you're very upset, that's a personal issue. And you know what? I'm not going to get upset about any of that. It doesn't bother me. I would be upset if somebody was lying. You know what would make me really upset? Let's say somebody was married and they had kids, and then they were participating in homosexual acts. That would make me very upset. And you know what else makes me very upset? The men that have mistresses, the men that commit adultery. That makes me even more upset. I would rather see somebody who admits that they're a homosexual than someone who plays that game, and then they may have a wife or girlfriend, and guess what? They got somebody on the side, whether that's male or female. To me, that is the ultimate sin, because not only are you committing fornication, which is any sexual activity outside of marriage, but you're also breaking a vow. And I think that adultery is the worst. And by some reason, it's one of the things that people tolerate the most. I don't know. All right, so enough of the rant. Let's get back over here. We have some more hellos. Did you find Miss Kitty's babies? They're in the corner. They're underneath the window. I've only seen 2 of them, but the next time I go out there, I'll have my camera with me, and as soon as I see what they look like, they're getting restless, so they'll be coming out of their nest, and they'll probably be walking around the yard with Miss Kitty. So when I feed Miss Kitty, you're going to see that. Gotta run. I have a live with Laura Russell at 7. Oh, okay. 7 your time. So that would be what, 10 my time? So Laura has a live. Okay. Well, you have to remember, John Studd is sort of the comedy relief on this channel. I think John Studd has been banned from every channel except mine. I'm the only one that still allows comments from this computer or individual or whatever it is. And I encourage John Studd, whatever you are, if you are a real person, feel free to call in on my phone, or if you want to, we'll find a way to have a video interview. I'd like to see who's behind that, but that's okay. That's fine. All right, let's see. Coach Angela, hello. Oh, Jonathan, you were fortunate enough recently to come across my YouTube live stream. Fortunately, your derogatory comments on my channel have resulted in the better of 2 outcomes. You got blocked. Yes, I believe you've been blocked from everyone. You will not be blocked from my channel until you attack other people directly. Now, you did express your opinion about my friend, John Laspina, but you didn't actually attack him, so you're welcome to remain here. If you start attacking people, I will time you out, and eventually you will be deleted. But in my 18 years on YouTube, I've never had to ban anyone, and I really don't want to start. Okay, well stated. Love, don't hate. That is correct. I don't see what the problem is. I've had friends tell me, the one guy, he admitted he was gay, and he told him that he was good looking, and he was mad. I said, what are you mad about? Well, that FAG said that I was attractive. I'm like, okay, so what are you mad about? Are you ugly? Do you think you're unattractive? Well, I don't want the guys looking at me. Why not? Who cares? Your friend's good looking. He thinks you're good looking. I would take that as a compliment. Now, if he was a troll from under the bridge, maybe that wouldn't be so good. But as long as he's not out there trying to grab you by the rear end, you're probably okay. But that's just me. I don't know. I don't get offended by that stuff. I got asked how many drinks. Had none. I don't need drinks to have fun. How was the driver? Well, that's a good reason not to drink. Last night with me and Barbara's stream, it was fun. She's going to learn crochet. Well, Barbara does have very long live streams. She did have an earlier one now. I think it started at 7 yesterday. I didn't get home till after 8, but I did drop in for a little bit, and she was nice enough to say hello to me. Barbara has made several songs about Milton and a couple about me, so it's good. Takes one to know one. Yeah, that's a good point right there. They say, thou dost protest too much. Yes. Autocorrect. Live, not love. There we go. I am back. I had to go do about 20 minutes of filming. Apparently my husband invited his friends over at noon. Well, that's great. Oh, maybe they'll make him feel better. It's 2026. For Christ's sake, people do what they want. It has no bearing on how you live your life. Yes. I agree. I mean, what is the problem? Why does this become an issue? Now, I have a reputation for being racist and homophobic. But anyone that has said that is a complete fool. Because, first of all, racism. Who do I hang out with every 2 weeks on Tuesday night? Yes, Russ Mitchell. And what race is he? Okay. And homophobic? No, not me. Love is love, as easy as that. As humans, we overcomplicate everything. Yes, that is very true. Another guy sporting event, Amy. Cool, Amy. Yes, amen to that. And Danny in Boston. Good morning, Rick and all. Well, good morning from Rick. Hypocrisy is worse offense than choosing who to love, and invariably the vocal minority are hypocrites. Yes, they are. Uncle Charlie, I'm glad you got the van up and running. Yes, I did. The van is very, very reliable except for the transmission. And that's the reason why I chose to ride the bicycle to Granger. If you watch my bike riding video, you'll see there's a lot of traffic. My transmission will heat up in traffic and begin to slip. I'm trying to keep the transmission from being damaged. I use a van for work, but when I have to go in traffic, I use a bicycle. Let's see. I try to listen here at work, engine shop. Jonathan, John Studd made a criminal comment about Joe. He lasted about 4 seconds. And that's what you have to do. When people do personal insults like that, get rid of them. Make them disappear. You don't need that crap in your live stream. Variable people like Stuss expose themselves, admit whether they into light. Okay. John Studd attacked many in the community. He attacked Russ and Thomas. Yes, and I was there when I saw it. Now, Russ was using it as part of the comedy routine, and that's it. I wish I was gay. I can't get a date to save my life. Well, the thing is, if you can't get a date with women, you think the guys would go for you? I don't know. I have 2 cousins that are married to men. I have 2 cousins married to men, very nice people. I enjoy their company. Well, there you go. See? They're not all bad. They're not all a bunch of flaming flakes that go around criticizing people and voting for Democrats and whatever else they do. There are some of them that are actually pretty sensible people. And the thing is, if you've ever watched John Laspina, the carnivore teacher, does he act like a flaming fruit? The answer is no, he does not. I've always seen him as a good person. I didn't know that he was homosexual until I saw him at Hack Your Health. And again, it was not an issue. We ate together, hung out together, talked. I enjoyed. He's a very smart man. He has a lot of experience. He taught middle school and survived that. I bet that he was probably either if he wasn't officially, he was probably the teacher of the year type. I'm sure that his students really liked him. And I don't think he had any problems in the school. People tend to think that, the homosexuals are going to go after your kids. They don't go after your kids. It's a bunch of nonsense. I am sure from what I've seen, just was a really great addition to whatever school he was at. He even thought that if he was still teaching school, he would invite me as sort of a show and tell to see what a long-term carnivore is like, which I think would be good. I can only imagine, you put me in the classroom, they'd be like, where'd that guy come from? Is that from the Earth or from another planet? I don't know. And we have hello to Rick at Twin Brook Acres. Yes. And we have a hello to Angela. I didn't see the comment. I know who I am, what my values are. See, Jonathan act quickly so you wouldn't have to see the comment. He got rid of it. That's good. All right. I miss Mitchell's live on Saturday night. Well, Mitch needs a break. Mitch is on every day in the morning. He takes a weekend off. And besides, like on Saturday morning, you got me. And Sunday morning, you got Kilts. So he doesn't have to. Now, before I was on the live stream, he did have a Saturday morning. I started mine at 8 because his started at 9. And it was actually Mitch that was the person that really inspired Live at 8 with Rick, because back in, I think it was 2024, Mitch had an afternoon live, and he would invite people to come in. And I dropped in there. I had seen Mitch a few times, and I never really interacted with him. But once I got in there, I had sent comments, and he put a face behind the comments. He seemed to like me, and then we had the interaction that was going on, and he said, boy, Rick, you have a good voice, and you'd be good for live. So I thought about it. And again, I've been on lives before. I've been on lives with Jonathan several times. I thought, well, I've been on lives with other people. Maybe it's time for me to start a live. And then what really got me into it was when my neighbor found Milton in the street. He gave me Milton, and Milton just became like a little lively thing. And I thought, well, people probably don't want to see me, but everybody likes cat videos. So I started my live stream from my bedroom with my old computer, and Milton, he was a part of it from the beginning. And I think that in many ways, but it all started with Mitch, and you'll notice the similarities. Mitch is one of the few people that starts his live stream with music. I do the same thing, but I do it in a different way. Mitch is more current. He has a little bit more of the modern touches, and mine is very old-fashioned. This would be a live stream you could have seen in the 60s or 70s. So that was the whole idea. And it's almost like late-night TV except in the morning, kind of like that. He made creepy comments about you also. Yeah. Rick from Sylvania. What's today for lunch? Well, good to see you again. Always like having you here. I don't know yet. I might have heart attack chicken. I do have some chicken in there. That is the only fresh meat that I have in the refrigerator. I have stuff in the freezer, but I think I'm going to do heart attack chicken. I love Russ. If you like singing and you like jokes, then you're going to love Russ. And if you don't know who Russ Mitchell is, check him out Tuesday night, 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. Yours truly, the Quack Man, will be there with him. Now, you'll notice on the live streams where I co-host with other people, I don't say much. I let the other people talk because it's their show and they can keep on talking. On my show, I'm the one that does all the talking. So it's nice to let other people do the talking. And I really only come in if there's something I hear I want to respond to, or if somebody asks me, hey, Rick, and this is what you'll see a lot, like with Dr. Kiltz. If I drop in a Dr. Kiltz live stream, I'll keep quiet, but he'll talk about ducks or iguanas, or, hey, Rick, what do you think? And then I come in and talk. I may do 2 or 3 minutes, and then I shut up, and I let everybody else talk. My goal is not to hog up the space. As you can see, I've done 12-hour live streams. I can out-talk anybody. I never run out of things to say. Many of the people that I deal with, they tend to be very low on the conversation, and I have to prod them to get them to say something. And a lot of times I'll just have to keep quiet and let their brain fill up with some ideas, and then they'll ask me a question. But one of the best things about having a community is you know who is the one that's going to talk the most. And again, if you watch Mitch's live stream, he will rant on sometimes for half an hour and get behind on the comments. With my live stream, it's a different approach. Take on the comments, then take a break, then take on the comments, then take a break. And once you've worn everybody out, the comments slow down, then it's Rick rant time. But that takes a really long time. You're not going to fit that in a 1 hour show. So when you watch a channel like Mitch's channel, he's trying to keep it in 1 hour. All the Dr. Kilt's lives, 1 hour strict. So you have to kind of do it a little differently. But Russ's thing, about an hour and a half, there's going to be the comedy, the singing, and a little bit of seriousness. There's a lot more seriousness when Laura Russell is with him than when I'm with him, because I'm the quack. I have fun. That's the whole idea. Keto Cookout is not about teaching you anything about keto or carnivore. It's about having fun. It grates me. They think they can get away with it. X. Yes, that is right. Russ is hilarious. Will you be selling your other property? It all depends. Unless I use it. What I might also do is turn it into a plant nursery. If I do find another place and it's within driving distance, I may turn it into a native plant nursery. And it'll be the only one that also grows poisonous plants. Joe is a mixed race lady. My dog is Ginger. I'm white and autistic. I think I'm politically accepted. Yes, I would think so too. I would definitely think so too. Even though you do look like somebody from a Rocky movie. Two Crazy Ketos kicked John Studd off with good reason. Now, if you're not familiar with Two Crazy Ketos, I don't know where you've been. You must have been under a rock. Joe and Rachel are dynamic personalities. Now, when I first saw them, I thought, oh, here comes the sales pitch. I thought of them as motivational speakers. And I didn't really pay attention to their channel. But when I met them in person, it was like, Rick, stop judging people. These are good people. And so I watch their live stream pretty much every time I can catch it. And yes, the John Studd was being a total ASS and had to go. He was, or she, or whatever it is, made Rachel so mad that had to go. And Rachel was ticked, yes. And again, some of us in the carnivore community are very familiar with Two Crazy Ketos. They call themselves keto, but they're pretty much carnivore. That's their thing. The keto thing is a way of drawing people into the low carbohydrate community. Whether you decide to go carnivore or you decide to stay keto, it's a good thing. And I'm going to give them a gift. I'm working on making it. They wanted some avocado and mango trees. I'm gathering seeds. I'm going to try to get them growing, and then I'm going to graft probably later this year or next year. One of these days, when I do go to visit their farm and see what's going on, then maybe the next trip, I'll be bringing them a truckload of fruit trees. If I could make 20 or 30 fruit trees and give them as a gift, I think they would appreciate it because they can get the avocados. I got some great avocado varieties that I'm going to graft. And again, my friend Tom, the Sleepy Lizard Avocado Farm, he's an expert. Nobody knows more about avocados and mangoes than Tom. And he wasn't even born here. He's from what, Pennsylvania? He's from another state. But he got down here in South Florida a few decades ago, and he really immersed himself in the tropical fruit space. So, and again, I'm a carnivore. I don't really eat fruit. Why do I bother to grow it? Because I know so many people that get so much pleasure from tropical fruit. And the thing is, you're living in Florida. Why would you turn your yard into a concrete parking lot? Get some fruit trees in there. And if you don't eat them yourself, like I don't, give them to your friends. What would you rather them have, a Snickers bar or a mango or avocado? I'd rather see them eat the mango or avocado. I was watching the live. Yep, that's right, Angela. I was watching it. I appreciate you willing not to block anyone. Is your channel, do as you please. Again, you can attack me all you want. I don't care. I don't get offended. I'm one of those people that you can't offend no matter what. Better people have tried and they always fail. You can make fun of how poor I am. You can make fun of how skinny I am. You can make fun of my sinus condition. You can make fun of everything. But it's all nonsense because everyone that does that hides behind a username. They never show their face. They never show how they act because they know that if they did, the criticism would come right back to them. It's like throwing something up in the air. Every time you throw something up in the air, what's going to happen? It's going to fall down. And when you throw it up in the air, it hurts a lot less than when it hits you over the head. It hits you over the head, you're really going to get it. So all of these troll types, they always have to stay under the bridge where you can't see them. Can't blame her, Jerry. Me too, Angela. And let's see. I'm from Planet, New Jersey. Yes. Is Jeff out of the hospital now? How is he going? All right. Hi, Thomas. How are you doing? Someone's joy comes from spreading hate. Sending John my love. Positive vibes. He must need it. Yes. He or she. Could be a transvestite. You never know. Around here, when I say tranny, I mean a mechanical part. So that's okay. How is he doing? You're in the state. Where would you live still, Florida? I would like to live. My ideal place to live would be Miami in 1950. That's where I want to be. I'd want to be right here before we became invaded by New York, Los Angeles, and the Third World. Miami would have been ideal because I'm used to the area, the wildlife, and all that. But I just start going north until I find a place that feels south. That's it. Thinking of making a move out of California. Is Florida as an option? There's too many people in Florida. I don't know. I hear a noise. Let me see. All right. That's my neighbor backing up the truck. I guess they're going out on the boat today. Got my CAC score back Thursday when I went to the doctor. The score is a 0. Huh. Not bad. Since I should have been dead in 2021. Wow. A1C was 18. Now, 5.3, 5 pounds, now 180. Had fatty liver, kidney, heart. That's great, though. You don't have any blockages detected. Pancreas didn't work, had AFib, sleep apnea. Wow, you must mean pancreas. Whew. Going to Sam's today. Hope they have some pork belly. I rode by Sam's yesterday, but I didn't go in. Wow, that's amazing. What do we got here? Oh, spam mail. Newsom, talk about leaving California. Well, hopefully Gruesome Newsom, if he goes anywhere else, they start throwing rotten eggs out of him. That's it, you know. Save all your rotten eggs and throw it at Newsom because that's what he needs. 2 ears, 1 mouth. Rick has versatility. There you go. I would say that if that is the case, I would stay put, but his replacement is worse. Well, sooner or later, California will destroy itself out. Okay. Let's see. Thank you. 3 hours. Rick's right. It talks to catch up on. Yeah, that's true. Carnivore drama. It's the latest thing. Yes, I agree. Wait till Monday. You can show me Russ' channel then. I have a good sing song. Are any of your chargers restorable? Yes. 2 of them are definitely restorable. My old one is a parts car. I'll be cutting it up. But those parts from that charger will save the others. I can do 2 of them at least. I'm an hour away from the beach, very cold, a few hours from snow. Weather is not the issue here in California, for sure. Carnivore muscle, we don't have to count calories, right? People on YouTube are saying we are stupid, that's why we can't lose fat. Well, anyone that says that you can't lose fat on carnivore, you're looking at the wrong people. There's nothing wrong. And besides, what does Dr. Kiltz always say? Fat is not pathogenic. You don't become sick because you're fat. You become fat because you're sick. The fat is not the problem. The problem is what causes you to get fat. And there's people that are fat and healthy. I mean, look at how fat Russ is. He doesn't have any chronic health issues. So it's, you know, I mean, the fat just limits how fast you can go. But it hasn't killed him. And he admits it. Uncle Charlie, okay. Russ is great. Yes, Russ is great. Russ, for some reason, liked me, which I think is interesting because when he used to have the keto cookout in the beginning, he had all the popular people on there. And then, his co-host was Adam Lacey. And Adam had to leave the keto cookout to be with Carrie and his movie. And that took most of his time. And then instead of shutting down the show, he decided he would get 3 of his friends. There was the one nurse, which I can't remember her name now. Then we had Laura Russell and me. And that's why when you see Keto Cookout start, there's a picture of 3 of us with me in the middle. And she was not able to continue, but now it's down to Rick and Laura Russell. And Laura's great. And I think you said she might be having a live right now. Let me look. I'm just curious. Let's see. What is that noise? Okay. It's a bird. Oh, where's YouTube? Where is YouTube? Okay, here it is. YouTube. Let me see if I get a recommendation. Yes, I got a recommendation. Let me show you what I got here. Let me just go back to my... All right, so I popped up YouTube, and the first thing I got here was Meeting Wellness and a stupid commercial. Let me get rid of that. So there's Laura, if you don't know who she is. And she's with Christy right now. Where are all the chatters? There's only 4 people watching. Come on. Let me click a like. Let me just say hello. There we go. All right. Saying hello while streaming. I can even probably put the sound up a little bit, just to see if they notice me. We'll just pop that in there. There we go.
And then clients on the side, people that I do these talks with, stuff like that, where I have them do zinc lozenges like they used in the 70s for sore throat. And I have them do 1 Bucally on 1 cheek, and then in the morning and at evening, do a Bucally, put it up there in your cheek.
Well, anyway, as you can see, they're having a discussion and healthy carnivore. So, and we've got a couple other people 5 people popped in. She had announced a live stream, so there is a live stream right now. 10 o'clock seems to be a popular time, but then again, there's only so many hours in the day, right? Yeah, see, we have a hello, Rick. Let me see if she says anything.
My wife has that from having COVID. I'm going to use it. He used it, and now he tells people, but he is a doctor who's out on his own. He's not underneath the medical system where he has to follow that standard of care like a big hospital situation. So, yeah, I really see.
Okay. So anyway, yeah, we have another live stream that is going on here. But she's typically with Russ every other week, and then every other week it's me, Mr. Rick, the quack, who for some reason hasn't been thrown out of Russ's live stream. And Russ was also the one that coordinated and made it possible for me to go to Hack Your Health last year. Okay, correct. If you need to go, for any reason, track food grams, then macros, and use your palm or finger size and calories. Counting calories means eating processed foods. What is this noise? Oh, okay. There goes the boat. My neighbor's got the boat hooked up, and they're going out there to burn some fuel and maybe catch a fish or 2. As for me, I'd get a lot more meat a lot cheaper by heading over to the canal with a net. All right, clapping. There we go. Imagine Rick on BTS. Okay, what is BTS? You'll be able to get on camera and sing with Russ. There you go. You will love Russ. I adore him. Yes, you will. All right. I was keto. Used to eat a ton of cauliflower. Stop eating fruits and vegetables, cheese, yogurt. Went carnivore diet and the fat flew off. Well, there you go. See? It worked. She'll sing anything, anywhere, anytime. Sings around the house. Okay. Trolls are lonely people. Yes. Live 7:30 Central Standard Time. That is correct. Well said, Rick. Thank you. Appreciate that. I eat OMAD. 4 eggs, 4 yolk. Yep. Hey, if you're losing weight, OMAD can work. But if you're a skinny toothpick like me, 3 meals a day, that's the way to go. All right. And we are 2 peas from the same pod. We just got separated by continents. That's it. Rick, would you recommend a Celotex drop-in ceiling in a garage in Florida versus drywall ceiling? Well, it all depends. If you're going to put a drop-in ceiling, you got to use the fiberglass panels, or you got to use, I like to use the small tiles myself. I don't like the lay-ins. I don't like the way they look. But in a garage, try to use something that has a plastic cover or something on the outside that won't hold all the mildew. Drywall ceiling in a garage, that depends on the garage. If your garage is going to be hot all the time, it'll work, but the humidity can get in there. Like I said, in my home, typically I like the garage to have a concrete roof, and then that way I don't use the ceiling. Or steel. I like steel. I don't like building with wood. But I guess if you build with wood, if your garage is going to be climate controlled, then you'll want to put insulation. If it's not climate controlled, you could do it. But the lay-in drop ceiling is probably adequate. The problem is the grid may rust. But there is another option that I've used in garages, and that's a lay-in drywall ceiling. They sell drywall panels that you use in restaurants. All you got to do is find a restaurant that's going out of business. And basically, they have they're drywall panels, and they have a vinyl coating on them. And then they use a galvanized grid. If you use that, that's perfect for the garage, because those restaurants where you have all that cooking and all that humidity, that works really well. So if you get the right one, it'll work. For most people, the drywall is okay. That's very normal, so probably good. All right. How is Jeff? Is that because he got in the stem cells? I know he's fasting. Huh. Good question. Oh, excuse me. I'm sure on Carnivore Talk, it might be on carnivoretalk.com. You might want to check that out and see if there's any information in their chat. Kittens are so adorable. I saw that one that looked black with a little white. Maybe, yeah. I'm waiting to see them during the day. I'm afraid to go outside because Miss Kitty's probably waiting for her food, and then the kittens will be active. Perfectly said, yes. Listening for Amazon. Okay, so Amazon is coming here. Let's see. If Amazon's going to come here, I need to open the gate. That's what I need to do. Of course, I got oil in the driveway there. Okay. Listening for Amazon. Something else. All right. Okay, I'm up to about 12:07. I'm not too far behind. People don't realize fat is an organ. It's something that needs to be brought to the forefront. People look at it differently. Well, that's a good thing. Say, Russ has a nice singing voice. Yes. Would you rather use a Rotex engine or a Mobile engine for airboat build? I would probably go with the Rotex or with the Lycoming or whatever. But because the problem with the Mopar engine, well, you could use a Mopar engine, but I'd use a belt drive. I wouldn't use direct drive. That's an easy way to break a crankshaft. If you're going to use a direct drive, you're better off with the rotary engine. Not the rotary engine, with the radial engine, where you have all the pistons around it. But if you're using a belt drive, yeah, you can use a Mopar engine. I need to sing a song for you as well as for Rick. Always want one that's from the 1950s for Rick. Yes, I do have that sort of 50s look, don't I? How long do I need to make new stem cells by fasting? Anyone know? Well, if somebody does know, let us know. Music is life. That's correct. Got to run. Busy day pruning apple trees, blueberry bushes, grapevine, standing cherry tree back up that was taken down by heavy snow. Well, good luck with that. I hope you got a wood chipper to grind all that up. And we have a bye to Ricky. Someone, please, my extra 100 pounds off me. A lot of it is fat. Glad I give it away. I don't want it. Too bad you couldn't use it to fry your food. I'll definitely sing some Roy Orbison now that I know you're a fan. Well, there you go. Yeah, you can see what came up in my recommendations. Is this meeting wellness? Was chatting about Milton? Yes, that is meeting wellness. I understand why you're asking Why? But is largely a dead end. Okay. All right. Stem cells start happening generally. First 24 hours of fasting, 3-day fast seem to be the best. Well, the thing is, even if you make your own stem cells, they're still old, so I don't know if it makes a difference, but who knows? I never think about food. I eat all mad. Sometimes I'm not hungry, but I eat anyway, so I don't lose muscle. Good. How many kittens are there? I think there might be 3. I've only seen 2, but once the kittens come out, I will make a video on it as well. Yeah, only seen 2 so far. Anita Baker has a gorgeous voice. I could probably go out there and try to see. Possible, have a small litter of 1 or 2 kittens that survived. Okay, it's possible. Was sub, resub, just wonder, missing. Okay. Lindy and Todd. I haven't seen them in ages. I saw Todd a couple weeks ago, but Lindy I haven't seen. Why do people build with wood in Miami? Especially fences. They look terrible. It just seems like concrete polyfiber. Well, the humidity and the heat destroys them. I don't know why they do it, but it was a trend. Now that I've caught up with the comments, I'm going to put my shoes on. I'm going to open the gate, so if Amazon does come around here, they'll come to the door. Let me see where my shoes are. There they are. All right. So let me go ahead. Yep. I'm going to go ahead and put on my shoes. Make sure you socialize those kittens. Make them nice and friendly for adoption. That's what I'm going to do. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to put on a vintage, well, I could put one of my videos, or I could put on a vintage commercial. And I'm going to go and I'm going to get some food for Miss Kitty. I'm going to open the gate. I'm going to see if the kittens have popped out. I'm going to bring this with me just in case I see the kittens. Give me a few minutes. Don't run away. Hey, Rick, hope you're well. Yes, I am. I'm going to put you on a commercial, and I'll be back. So let me see here. Hold on. Make sure I got my shoes on. And I'm like Mr. Rogers, except I wear work boots, okay? And they're falling apart. So, yeah. Anyway, let me put you on the commercial, and I'll be right back. Oh, speaking of commercial, why do I have a commercial? Oh, that's on Christie's stream. Yeah, there should be no commercials on my stream. But if you look at what they put on Christie's stream. They put a Harbor Freight commercial. See? So evidently, she's monetized, so she's got the commercials. I will never subject you to those commercials. Hey, you know what I could do? I could put you on her live stream. Well, I could do that. But let me go ahead. You know what? I'm going to do that. Well, there's too many commercials. I'll tell you what. I'll put you on my commercial, and I'll be right back.
With Santa Fe cigars, your second, third, or fourth cigar of the day smokes as light as your first. That's why
100,000 times a day, someone lights up a Santa Fe.
with Santa Fe cigars, your second, third, or fourth cigar of the day smokes as light as your first. That's why
100,000 times a day, someone lights up a Santa Fe.
with Santa Fe cigars, your second, third, or fourth cigar of the day smokes as light as your first. That's why
100,000 times a day, someone lights up a Santa Fe.
With Santa Fe cigars, your second, third, or fourth cigar of the day smokes as light as your first. That's why
100,000 times a day, someone lights up a Santa Fe.
With Santa Fe cigars, your second, third, or fourth cigar of the day smokes as light as your first. That's why
100,000 times a day, someone lights up a Santa Fe.
Okay. I've returned. And I'm not the only one that's returned. Milton has returned. I walked outside. As soon as I walked out, Miss Kitty was there. I gave her her piece of meat. I looked in the back. I didn't see any of these kittens, but I think they might be sleeping. They were not active, but I it's very hard to peer into all that clutter. But anyway, we will see. Okay, so let me go back here to the comments. There we go. Talk amongst yourselves. I love seeing you kittens on Grandma's last night. Oh, yeah. Lewis was on there with the kittens, huh? You need some of those Bauer power tools. Yeah, that's true. But none of these companies will ever send me anything because they know that I'm going to give an honest review. I'm not going to try to do anything really to make it look better. I started working out weight training. I'm starting to see definition of my arms, chest, shoulders, and now I even have a six-pack. Never did a setup. You mean sit-up or crunches in my life. How is this possible? It's very simple. If your body is not storing fat, then you're going to be having more muscle definition. If you're a healthy person, everybody has a six-pack. Even I have one. You can't really see it, but you can feel it. I mean, if you start feeling it's pretty firm down there. I shouldn't say that. That may be a little bit taken the wrong way, especially for somebody like John the Spud. Nice. Yeah, that's right. I love it. Those old adverts are fascinating. Yes. Also notice the way that people look back then. I think they used to choose a certain look, and that's it. Cough, cough. Well, why do you think I picked the cigar commercial? Again, who inspired my live stream? Well, there we go. All right. Is it time for the fourth cigar already? Well, Gary, I don't know. That's a good question. How many cigars have you had so far? Probably not the best commercial to leave. I only put commercials for companies that don't even exist anymore. 10 to 5 will be the delivery time today. Okay, hopefully, hope you and the family enjoy. Well, we'll see. Hey, buddy, come here. Yeah, what? Take a look. Look at who's here. There he is. Look at those little yellow eyes. Yes, that's my little buddy, Milton. Hey, Milton. You cutie? Oh, you're so cute. Look at that soft Milton. Oh, my goodness. Look at how cute he is. Hi, Milton. Yep, there he goes. Well, Milton's being a nice kitty. He's not trying to eat me for lunch. All right. And there's a little guy stretching. He's so cute. Milton turned out to be an awesome little kitty cat. I remember watching one from the 1970s helping skinny people look a bit bonnier. No commercial break. All right. Let's see. He'll be right back. Yes, I'll be right back after these messages. That is correct. After these messages, I'll be right back. Remember that when they used to have in the cartoons? He went to check the kittens. Yes, I did. And Rick, Milton, Miss Kitty, and Quacks. Hello from Jeanette. Well, hello from Rick. Welcome back, Mr. Quack. I am back here again. And we have a good morning from Sherry Lynn 74 at listening as I'm driving to work. Well, thank you for taking the time to listen to me, the ultimate quacker, Taken wrong by me, too. All right. Well, that's what can you do, right? I was trying to get someone to feel my six-pack the other day. My nephews think I'm hilarious, but they wouldn't touch them. Well, there you go. Okay. And I'm sure Jonathan, All right. Hi, Dustin. And look at him. Mitch. Milton is so handsome. Milton, yes. Come here, Milton. You want to say hi to everybody? You're licking your lips. I gave you meat. Come here. Come here, little monster, Milton. Oh, look at that deadly wild animal. Look at those eyes. Cute. You're a sweetheart. Look at that baby, Milton. Look at that face. Look at those teeth. Look at those claws. Look at that vicious animal. Milton is a beautiful cat. Love this cat. He's so soft, too. He eats like crazy. There's the breeder. Yes, that's Mr. Milton. He's obviously the father of at least one of them kittens. Okay, only one cigar so far today. There you go. Well, I'm sure you would appreciate that commercial. I'm sure Mike Seeley Sr. and a couple other people here would appreciate that commercial. And if Mitch, if you're still watching, you may appreciate that as well. Although you've been around long enough, you probably remember that when it was a current commercial. And that's great. But you know what they say, those cigars will kill you. Yes, they will. Just like everything else. Starting to get veins under my arm and biceps. Well, that sounds like progress right there. Yeah, he loves you so much. You can see his eyes half closed. You kissed him. Yeah, yep, my Milton does love me, even though he attacks me from time to time. He does love me. He's a good kitty. So, Milton's an awesome pet. Like him a lot. I feel like we live together. Yes. That reminds me of a song. Can't touch this. All right. So anyway, yeah, we have, again, caught up with the comments. Now, you see how this dynamic works? The idea with the comments is not to let them get away from you if you can avoid it. Now, I'm going to scroll back through the comments and see if I missed any. Did I miss one? I don't think I missed any. Now, YouTube sometimes automatically removes comments, and I never see them, but I'm going through the list, and I don't see I missed any of them. It's hammer time. There we go. Rick and everyone listening while driving. Well, Bacon Runner, glad that you are. I get a few people to listen when they're driving. I guess they must have their stereo on Bluetooth and they're listening, or maybe they're just listening through their phone. That works too. I was worried about Annabella. Hope she is feeling better. Love and prayers to her. Well, she hasn't been commenting, so maybe she's not here today, but she's normally a regular. And yes, I hope so too. We don't want anyone to be suffering any kind of illness, although that is what happens to all of us, sadly. But I always look forward to Saturday morning. You know, this is sort of my time off. I don't sit that much. It's one of those things that I've never really done. But I'll tell you, it's nice to be here. I don't like to watch TV, and the reason I don't is because I've said for years, this is why I stopped going to the movies. Why am I going to spend my valuable time and my money to watch somebody that doesn't know me, doesn't care that I exist, other than the money they get from me, and that I'll never be friends with? It's the same thing with sports. I have no problem with participating in a sport if I can play it. Like I said, I wouldn't mind doing some competitive cycling with some of the people I know. I do like to play games, but to watch them, to me, is pointless. Why would I do that? I might as well sit at a construction site and watch people move dirt around. What's the difference? At least on the construction site, there's something accomplished when they're done. But when you're dealing with the game, I mean, what do you really accomplish? You make money? Somebody moves the ball around? Big deal. I don't see the point. Here in Miami, and when I was a kid, it was all about baseball. Well, it was the Cubans, they love baseball, and everybody else loved football. Then in the 1980s, they built a Miami arena, and they started having basketball. And then they had all this other nonsense. It's just totally crazy. People really get into it. When I was a kid, the Dolphins won the Super Bowl. Super Bowl was pretty new back then. You could still afford to go there. It was at the Orange Bowl, which doesn't even exist anymore. And people just really get into it. And then they start acting like they're little kids. They put on costumes to make them look like the people that play in the football or basketball games or even baseball or whatever. And then they cheer on and they can really get into it. And I get bored out of my mind. I'd rather play with my cat. Hey, Milton. At least with a cat, my cat likes me because I feed him. All right, let's see. Don't worry, I'm sitting in my car getting ready to drive. Okay. Hammer time, yeah. You, me, and Thomas. Oh, and Tuka. I hear a horn. What is this? Somebody outside. Hold on. Let's see. Oh, boy. Okay. Okay, Mr. Milton, it's the Mr. Milton. It's time for the dangerous little monster. All right, that was interesting. One of my customers, they have brought me their computer to recover data. Milton, come here. Come on, Milton, let's go. Milton. Milton. Let me go back over here and let's do a little check-in, see how many. Whoops, that was weird. Huh. Sometimes this mouse kind of wiggles around. Live at 8 with Rick. Let's see. Am I still have anybody watching? I have... Wow. I have 54 people watching. That's actually really good. So I'm really impressed by that. Who is that good-looking guy? Oh, yeah, I know who that is. Gotta love them tall guys. They're the best. All right, so let me go back here and hit some more of these comments. I remember cigar that were made of gum, even with cigarettes. Yes. Some marketing get kids hooked at a young age, came with food, people shop with. Those were called candy cigarettes. They still make them, although now they call them candy sticks. Let me switch this view. This thing looks weird. Okay. Now we'll see if we can get a little bit cleaner here. Oh, that's better. It's a little bit, it gets out of focus. I don't know why it does that. But the candy cigarettes, that was definitely a marketing gimmick. There were a lot of people that did that. Let's see, my drive lives. I don't read my chat because, well, obviously I'm driving. So when I stop, that's when I will catch up. But I don't read all the highs and interactions between people. Yes. I don't have cell phone service, but I do Wi-Fi when I'm riding around my neighborhood sometimes. I've done actual ride-in talks that were live, but I can't keep an eye on it either. All right, so let's see. Oh, boy. Jonathan has been sharing her fundraiser, too. Yes, sending her love. That's right. When you blew in, smoke would come out of it. That was the powdered sugar candy cigarettes. We would all be holding the cigarette candy like we were Hollywood movie stars when we were like 8-year-old. And the funny thing is, a lot of people are addicted to sugar, so I guess they knew exactly what they were doing. If you get the kids addicted to sugar when they're younger, you can get them addicted to cigarettes when they're older, because then they would say, well, for a slim figure that no one can deny, have a Lucky instead of a Sweet. You ever remember that commercial? Well, that advertisement, live stream. Oh, DC had a section on his live stream for Annabella. All right. Let's see. Okay. People know so much about sports, eating potato chips, soda, beer, on the weekend pizza, but nothing about what they put into their mouth. I only figured it out when I was knocking on heaven's door. Well, Uncle Charlie, you got it right. Hey, Milton. Let's check out Milton. There's my Milton. Look at that gorgeous cat. Milton is a black menace. Are you going to attack me? Are we going to have a Milton fight going on pretty soon? He's acting strange. All right. Oh, there he walked away. What do you know? Sandy. Now, I don't have a fancy camera. I use my foot to move the table that the computer's sitting on. That's how I do it. We're dealing with some pretty basic stuff here. She had posted she was in the ER and had pain, but they sent her home. Always praying, like Bill Knott praying for him and Daisy with the flood. I saw that. I mean, Bill can't get a break, can he? His place gets burned down. Then he's almost dead from being overweight. Now he's getting flooded out. Poor guy. But you know what? He's got a lot of good people on his side. And if he runs into a problem, I know that his friend Carrie is going to organize help. So Bill is in a good place. And thank you so much to Carrie. I don't know if you're watching my live stream. You might be. I've seen Carrie watch my live stream a couple times. But congratulations to you for helping out our friend Bill and his cat Daisy. You know, it's great. I'm glad that our community has enough caring and wanting to share to be able to help people that are at their end. It's late for me right now. Catch you guys later. Well, Rough Carnivore, thank you for your being here for 2.5 hours. It's amazing. Love your cat. A cutie. Yes. So funny with that thing around the cat. That is too much. Milton would never take that. Milton, a friend of mine says, your cat is a lot like you. And I think that's what happens. The pets become like the people they associate with. New Year's Eve, brought my own food. People gave me the look but never said anything. Sleep at the minute. I wanted to wake her when Milton came on. Yes. Grandma's Crochet Corner keeps up on chat really well. Yes, she does. But I don't think anybody beats me when it comes to keeping on chat. I watched them go up 3 or 4 times and loaded their plates. Wow, I eat way so much. There you go. Happy Saturday, Rick. Well, happy Saturday, Tim. I don't know if you've seen my latest bike ride, but I've been doing a lot of cycling. I hope you start doing some cycling videos too. I know sometimes you cycle to work, sometimes you drive to work, but hey, great way to save fuel, hopping on the bicycle. Terrible, because Barbara keeps me audibly informed every night when I'm working. Thank you. Yes, I have a cat TV channel on YouTube. It's for babysitting cats, squirrels, and birds. My cat love cat TV. Interesting. Bill is meeting many challenges for sure. Yes, but he has a team of people that are keeping an eye on him. Bill is a lot like from the Bible. Yes, sometimes it feels almost like Job. Miss Mary may fall for Milton, but Miss Kitty won't go to that. Okay, more like Job, exactly. I am play a puppy channel for Ted on the work. Classical soft music is supposed to help separation anxiety. If anyone wanted to support my fundraiser, feel free. Forked out around $250 recently for meds. Well, check out Jonathan's channel. If you have a link to that, I'm sure it would be on your channel. I know you had mentioned it in a couple of your short videos. So if you want to help out one of the great carnivore knowledge bases and carnivore personalities that we have, one of our unique ones, you want to check out Jonathan Carnivore Muscle. with Milton being cat daddy, maybe I should be keeping Miss Mary away from him. Well, you have nothing to worry about because Milton has been fixed. So now Milton has about as much interest in female cats as I have interest in female women. Well, actually, female humans are women. So that goes to show how little I know. All right. Then again, in today's world, there may be some women that they're on the sausage team, and that is kind of scary. Not my thing. Is that where some of my cats are fat and lazy? Your medication costs are so expensive. I wish I could help out. Yes, well, somebody will. Hi, sweetie. All right. So we've caught up with the comments again. We're doing really, really well. All right, so let's see. How are the rest of us? Okay, always good to see you here from Venetian Cat. There we are. And we have Tim saying, haha. Well, that's great. But yes, again, we welcome everyone here. This channel is not just about carnivore. It's about everything. Old cars, cycling. It could be about fruits and vegetables. I have no problem sharing my gardening tips. And for those of you that do like fruits and vegetables and they don't give you problems, you are welcome to come here in a month or two when the mangoes and the avocados are ready. I'll be distributing them. I have some bananas that are growing, the little manzanilla bananas. My friends line up for those, so if you want some of those, you better get here quick because in about a month or so, they'll be ready, and they go very, very fast. All right. Well, man, I am so glad. Look at how many people we have. Let me switch over to my channel. And I'm going to show you, look at this guy. Well, we're down to about 49, but we've been in the over 50 range for quite a while now. I'm waiting until the day when I actually get to 100 or more. I'll be like Mitch or Kilts or one of those other channels. I don't think that my channel has a wide appeal like it does to a lot of people, but you can see here the comments. When you get to about the third hour, the comments do start to slow down, and then we have people that exchange. Now, I think the next one that's going to be coming up is going to be, okay, well, we have, oh, B-Man is here. Wow. I look forward to your lives. You bring up so many. Yeah, that's correct. I like talking about a lot of different things. I'm not the kind of person that is going to just talk about, well, you have to eat meat and repeat and whatever. I mean, come on. Seriously? We know this. This is not something that is absolutely, you have to do it. You can live a long time eating plant-based food. People have done that. Is it good for everyone? Of course not. It's not good for me. And look, Amy's going to be having one. When is hers? In 3 days with Christy. There we go. All right. Who else do we have? We've got a lot of them here. Copper thieves. Yep, that's what happens every time they inflate the economy. All right. There's Dr. Kiltz always has it at 6 in the morning. Dr. Kiltz usually has a live, sort of a participation live tomorrow. I think it's at 10. But who else is on? Let's see. Huh. There's Laura. All right. I haven't seen Ivy Weenet today. Usually he pops in. Excuse me. Let's see here. Live at 8 with Rick. Yep. That's pretty good. Oh, well. North Dakota Carnivore. Let's see. I think he has a live. All right. Carnivore weekend meeting. Yeah. He has a live in about almost, well, a little over 13 minutes, which is good. Okay. I need to fix that camera so I can see who's out here, but I can't because that's where the kittens are. Oh. That's my neighbor bringing back the boat. Okay, I guess they're not going boating. Let me go back here to my... All right, let me go to the live and let me hit the comments. And let's see what we got here. All right, there we go. Lots of comments have popped up. Look at that. Wow. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Do you get any health care where you live? Here, it's expensive too. Instead of typing, I'm talking instead of typing and hit the button without finishing my sentence. I look forward to your lives, Rick. You bring up so many interesting topics to discuss. Well, I appreciate that. And we have VMAT369. Hi, Rick. Well, hello. Sad for Bill and Daisy. Prayers. Seems a lot of our carnivore friends hurting in some way. Well, you got to remember, most of the people that come into the carnivore space, they were hurting to start with. And the carnivore is not going to change everything overnight. And that's good. All right, so Coach Angela Mullins, talking about cars. I was supposed to get my dad's 66 Mustang, but he decided to sell it. So if things work out, I will one day own an antique car. Well, I hope you do. Hope you're a good mechanic because you're going to need it. Rick, you always have so many people come to join you on these Saturdays. You're a lovely fellow to hang out with. Yes, I appreciate that. I was trying to decide what meat to use for breakfast. I have a little bacon, a little sausage, a little ham. So I think I'll make all three. The aroma will lure my husband from the bed trap. Yes. Have you ever thought of moving to Tampa? I hear it's a lot. Tampa is bad, just like Miami. It's gotten, Pastor Krabs, it's just gotten to be pretty rough. I remember Tampa 20 years ago. Yes, it was like old Miami, but it's just too crowded, too expensive. People have destroyed Florida with just an endless amount of funny money from the Fed. All right. Potato has returned. 49 losers have nothing better to do on a Saturday morning than to talk about eating meat. Eat whatever you want, people. I eat whatever I want. I want meat. I'm cooking some hamburger for breakfast. That's a smart choice. Lance is live Saturday and Sunday at 11 a.m. That is correct. I'm having pancakes with syrup for breakfast, baby. Well, good for you. Better call the ducks. They're going to be waiting outside your door. So if you don't give them some of it, they'll have you for breakfast. Hi, John Stud. Welcome. Yes, Rick is our caveman. A lot more like Aussie Crocodile Dundee. Love that movie. Paul Hogan was great in it. Yes. Call that a knife? That's right. I will check out your bike video, Rick. Well, I'm glad you will, Tim. I think you'll like it. I took a trip down the Kitty Rodell bicycle path, which I've never been on before, and it's been there almost 20 years. On my way to town to help with the fundraiser for the upcoming mission trip. Listening while I'm traveling. Well, Kelly, you know, this is another reason I like you, because you're trying to help other people. That's what we all need to do. You're going to different parts of the world and helping them build. It's a shame that here in the U.S., our government is so authoritarian that we can't do it for our own people. It's like the Doctors Without Borders. They go to other countries because to try to do it here in the U.S. is a total nightmare. The government is always there trying to keep people poor and desperate. That's their job. And when people want to help, they don't let them. We choose carnivore in the hopes will help us with our health. It definitely helps, but it's not the only answer to some of our ailments. That's correct. Lady in her 70s works at our local health store. She's a raw foodist nutritionist. She's slim and fit and was talking it up. Knowledgeable. I listened. Totally would not work for me. Exactly. I'm not a wood chipper. I can't eat mulch and survive. So true. Helping ourselves and others. Well, there you go. There's always somebody in there that wants to discourage you. And I think a lot of times what it comes down to, it's either a profit motive or it's jealousy. Somebody sees you improving, they see you happier, and it makes them angry. have you noticed there's always somebody out there that's going to look for something they can criticize, so that way it somehow makes them feel better? Now, this is something that is pathogenic among the rich. Not every rich person is a dirtbag, of course not. There are a lot of rich people that are good people. Some people become rich simply because they are very productive and they just happen to accumulate a lot. But those rich people tend to make everybody else around them rich. Those are the good ones. The bad ones are the ones that are rich and they're surrounded by poor, struggling people. They get rich through the extraction process. And those people seem to be the ones that rise to leadership positions. So every time that somebody stands up and is giving you advice, they're basically telling you something that's bad for you because their motive is self-interest. They're not out there to help you. And if you see somebody getting rich, giving advice, run away as fast as you can because that person is not helping you. They're harming you. Now, on the other hand, if you see somebody who gives advice who's rich, but at the same time the people around them are getting increasing wealth and health and all that, that's somebody you want to pay attention to. And that's just the way that I feel. All right, so let's see. The raw foodist nutritionist lady at the health store did not have a healthy carnivore glow, however. When I asked how she felt physically, she did no answer. Just kept talking about raw food. Well, what exactly is a healthy carnivore glow? I've had people tell me I look unhealthy, but I think I look pretty healthy. Is it? One thing I've noticed about the plant-based people, their skin is generally a giveaway of that. They don't have, all of us, we have lines, we have wrinkles, we have all these things. But usually around their face, it's very deep. They have these that are very deep. And around their eyes, they always get these, looks like somebody crumpled up a piece of paper. Their skin is not good. Their skin tends to be sort of, it's hard to describe. They look more dull. So maybe that's what you're talking about. But raw food, yeah, what about raw meat? So did the raw foodist nutritionist lady recommend eating raw meat? That'd be a good question. Oh, I eat a raw vegan diet. Well, how about raw meat? Oh, no. Raw meat is acid. It'll make you sick. What do you have in your stomach again? Is the stomach alkaline? I don't think so. And I'll tell you one thing. I've never had acid issues with eating. I rarely have digestive issues. Why is it that when I eat meat and eggs and dairy, I don't have digestive issues? But if I was trying to eat vegetables, I would be feeling sick, getting gas, and all that other nasty stuff. That's not a pleasant experience, let's put it that way. Okay. Let's see. It's better to look marvelous than to feel marvelous. Sounds like something a vegan would say. Healthy carnivore glow means your skin has a sheen and color versus pasty like a vegan. The lady is raw vegan. Okay. So I guess I'm not one of those pasty people, although I'm whiter than anybody. If you've ever seen my legs, they are quite white. Yes. That's because I wear pants everywhere. I do go outside in shorts in my own yard, but my yard is all shade. But I do go outside a lot in shorts. You've probably seen me in my videos, and I often go without a shirt when I'm outside, but I don't do it on video because I don't want to be accused of being a vegan. You do have a healthy glow. Baby's healthy glow. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And for somebody who's almost 58, I think I'm doing pretty well. The other thing is that unlike everybody else I know, I don't have any chronic pains. I work with a lot of younger people, and they all have back pains. In fact, one of the guys that I do work with from time to time, he is out of commission again because his back has just tortured him. So he went to the doctor. They've got him on pain pills. I can only imagine having to live with pain pills. If I get a pain, it's because I bumped myself or Milton scratched me. But I've never experienced back pain in my entire life. I think For somebody that's almost 60, that is pretty rare. Yeah, Venetian Cat agrees. So I'm really, really, really excited. Wow, how many people do we have? Do we actually have 55 people watching right now? Let me just take a look. It looks like, wait a minute. Yeah, we do have 55. Arrive alive, drive 55. There we go. So I'll tell you, it's very encouraging. It seems like, now I'm not getting a lot of subscribers, but I am gaining a little bit. I gain about 2 or 3 people every single day, and I'm not losing subscribers. So even though I'm not getting 50,000, 100,000, 200,000 subscribers, I have about 4,000, 50 or something like that. I'm getting new subscribers, and my lives are getting bigger and bigger. And for somebody that only has 4,000 or so subscribers, I'm getting 50, 60 people in the live stream. I don't know of any other live stream or that small of a channel that gets that many people. And I get a lot of participation. And again, I try to concentrate on the beginning, getting all that done. Now, what I want to do, what I'm going to probably start doing, once I get the time to set it up, I'm going to switch. I'm going to have like 2 parts of my live stream. I'm going to do the 8 o'clock in the morning. I'll go through the comments, do a few rants here and there. And then somewhere between, 10, 11, whatever, I'm going to shut the stream down. I'm going to go to my bedroom, and I'm going to set up for a interactive. So I'll do something with like a free StreamYard or some other connection, and then you can go ahead and join in a live. That's a future thing, though. I've been waiting on that. I've been waiting for YouTube to make that possible, but I'll find some way of doing it. But I'm thinking about breaking it up. But let's see here. Rick is my favorite 6'6" carnivore. Well, I am the only 6'6" carnivore, so that's a good thing. Sean Baker is 6'5". Now, if you don't know what Rick and Sean Baker look like, you must have been under a rock. But I'm gonna show you. I want to show you what Rick and Sean Baker look like. Now, how do I get a picture to show up in this thing? I forgot how to do that. I could just switch scenes, I guess. Let me go to meetups. I'll find it. There it is. There it is. All right, so we'll go ahead and pull this up. I'm going to close this out. I'm going to move this over here to the other scene. Now, let me show you. Let me go over here to the scene. Now, this right here, this is a picture of Rick. Oops. I'm clicking the wrong control. And Dr. Sean Baker. Look at that. Oh, there we go. Okay. Now, there we are. So, Sean Baker's about almost a couple of years older than me. Look at what a good shape he's in. He's really, really nice shape. This guy over here looks like a palm tree. But if you look at the level of the eyes and the hair, you can see that I am actually, even though I'm standing behind him, I'm a little bit taller. Look at that. I'm definitely a little bit taller. Because see the eye level? I might be an inch taller than Dr. Sean Baker. Pretty good, pretty good. So I always have that in my intro. That's from Hack Your Health. I got to talk to him a lot. He's a pretty interesting guy, and it's interesting that he's moving to Florida. So I may get to see him more and more. Hopefully, Sean Baker would move to rural Florida. That way he could have access to some of the Florida beef, which I think is some of the best beef in the world. But then again, I'm biased. I grew up here. I really got into the Florida beef. And speaking of beef, look at Sean Baker's body compared to mine. Look at the size of his arms compared to mine. He's huge. I'm just a skinny guy. So it's like Mr. Rogers meets Superman. That's what that is. I think that's kind of interesting. But yeah. So I am tall. No one would ever know that just by looking at me. I'm sitting here. I don't look that big, but I am tall. I am a very tall guy, and I'm a very active guy. So I'm super happy that I was able to meet. And again, I got to meet some great people there. That's great. Okay, let's see. Grandma just hit 4,000 subs. Well, Barbara, good for you. You deserve it. I think Grandma's going to exceed my subscription pretty soon. Most people do. They go by and I just wave, hey. You know what they say, watch the bus as it goes by. And I'm still in the back in the horse and buggy. And they're going on the bus or the train. All right. You will like Tuesdays with Russ. So much fun and sings. I love music, sing all the time in the shower, the living room, whenever I can. Yeah, that is correct. I do some singing too. But, you know, the cats may be covering their ears. Sandy, yes. Singing is good for the soul. Yes, it is. I agree. I can't drive 55. Yes, you remember that song. I love when you sing Summer Breeze to me. Okay. Joe exactly singing. Steve T. Builder says Wrath. Love DC. Breathing techniques. I don't know why DC's channel doesn't have more subscribers. He's an inspiration. He's been through a lot, and look at what he turned into. Pretty amazing. And you look great, Rick. You must have a portrait upstairs in the loft like Dorian Gray. You're so youthful. Thank you so much. Like I said, I'm going to be 60 before you know it. I feel awesome. I do everything wrong. You have to. You watch the looks maxing people. They're the funniest. You have to have sunscreen. You have to use moisturizer. Blah, blah, blah. I don't wash your hair every day. I wash my hair every single day, sometimes twice a day. I work in the dirt. I work in the sun. I work with mechanics. My fingernails are always full of grease. I get covered in rust. I get, all the things that should make me look old, and I don't look that old. Imagine what I would look like if I pampered myself like some of these guys did. But you know what? I think I might look worse if I pampered myself. I'd be some little sissy boy. And when you're skinny like me, the last thing you want to be seen as is a sissy boy. Someone that has sort of a feminine voice and, very weak. Now, again, you see that picture of me standing next to Baker. I can't bench press what Baker can, but even with my skinny physique, I can lift an engine block from a big block Mopar and put it up on the engine stand. I am not a little pussycat. I'm not a weak man. If my van breaks down, I push the van. I don't try to call a tow truck. I'll break down around the corner. I'll push that thing home. I don't care. I'll get on my bike and go anywhere I need to. You know how Baker carried the weights up the driveway with Carrie? I've had to do that with 2 car batteries from my truck. The truck broke down. I had to carry him to Discount Auto Parts a quarter mile away. And I'd carry the batteries, and I'd set them down, pick them up, carry them quarter mile away to Discount Auto so they could charge them for me. So I'm not some little wimpy guy. I'm like the Maggie lady, except that I'm living in a city. I can do, and I'm not as old as she is. I sing with my hairbrush in hand. Well, I got a microphone. If I wanted to sing, I could sing right here in the mic. I could actually pretend like I'm Elvis. Oh, baby. All right, let's see. I've been trying to do some of DC's planks and ab exercises. I love doing the dragon flags. Rick, we think more like Lurch. You rang. Yep. You're almost the same age as Baker, yes. I was born in 68, and Baker was born in 67. So we're very close to the same age. And there's a different look. I mean, Baker is a little bit lighter than me. I don't think he lives in Florida. Now, when he lives in Florida, he'll probably be just as dark as I am because I spend a lot of time outside. I spend a lot of time outside. But, yeah, Dr. Baker is an example of someone. Now, you got to remember, he comes from a fitness background. He's always been muscular. He let himself get out of shape and start falling apart. Then he went to the carnivore diet. He's been carnivore, 10 years now? When I think of long-term carnivores, I think about Baker and Chafee. And in this community, when I think of long-term carnivore bodybuilders, I think about Jonathan, more than 5 years, carnivore bodybuilder, autistic, and all the other issues with the spine and still doing well. So there's a lot of great examples here. Don't understand why DC doesn't have more subscribers. He is great at breathing techniques. Yes, he is. And he kind of knows how things work as well. We all need to breathe the right way. That is absolutely correct. Carnivore definitely slows age. Wow. Saw my brother after 4 years. Said he looks smaller, but older. No. Yes, exactly. And again, people tell me that meat ages you. I've had vegans tell me that eating all that meat is going to destroy your DNA and it's going to make you older than you appear. But I've had other people tell me that eating the carnivore diet, it makes you look more like a caveman. And I do have to agree with that because, for example, let's go back to this picture of me and Dr. Baker. Let's take a look at that. All right. Now, if you look close at our face, you'll see there's definitely some similarities. There are differences, of course. But let's zoom in a little bit. Now, my eyes, of course, are a little bit more open, and I look a little more on the nerdy side. But you can see, how the eyebrows are more pronounced on us carnivores? You can definitely tell. Now, I have a lot of hair. I think that's genetic. I don't think that's carnivore. I mean, look at this. But if you look close, you can see, I got some wrinkles too when I'm smiling. I got a broken tooth. And you look at Dr. Baker, you can see he looks pretty good. Same thing. I think he looks very healthy. He's got lighter hair. I think he's probably more light-haired naturally. And look, there's no turkey neck. Look at how tight his neck is, and then look at mine. I'm actually pretty tight as well. So this is a carnivore thing. Now, if I was a vegan, you would see like the skin would be paper thin. Vegans always have that little turkey neck thing going on. That seems to be one of the vegan characteristics. Now, let's see if we can find the perfect example of vegan health. Now, who do we know in the vegan community that is absolutely healthy, that is known as he wrote a book called How Not to Age. You ever seen that book before? Let's go on YouTube. And of course, since there's North Dakota Carnivore, our friend Lance over there, see? And he's got 7 people watching now. Let me go ahead and click a like for him. And let me say hello from my live stream. There you go. I know a lot of live streams, they don't want you to promote your channel. You can promote your channel all you want on my channel. I don't care. I don't make any money off of this. I'm just trying to have some fun. So let me go over here, and I'm going to go to, let's see, How Not to Age. There's the book. My vegan friend showed it to me. How Not to Age. Look at that. So who is the author of this book? It is Michael Greger. So we're going to go over here. And if my mouse stops jumping around, we're going to click Michael Greger. All right. And let's search Google for Michael Greger. There is Michael Greger. Wow, he looks great for 70 years old. Let me tell you. Look at how good he looks for his age. It's incredible. Let's see. Michael Greger. Where is a good picture of Michael Greger? Oh, yeah, look at that. Michael Greger's Daily Dozen. Now, this guy looks really good. How long ago was this picture taken? I don't know. Nutritionfalsehoods.org. All right. There's Michael Greger. Now, Michael Greger hasn't been really in any videos. I don't know if he's still alive, but He hasn't done any videos in a while. I got banned from their channel by trying to make some comments on their nutrition falsehoods. But anyway, there we go. And let's see, Michael Greger. Let me see if I can find some good pictures. Images. Okay, how not to die. What is this? Meet Lucy Greger. Okay. Anyway, if I could find a current picture. How old is Michael Greger? Let's see. So we're going to go and we're going to click all. And Michael Greger, there we go. Overview. Michael Greger, he was born in 1952. Oh, wait a minute. 1972? Really? In Miami, Florida? What? You got to be kidding me. So Michael Greger was born in the same place that I was born, except instead of 1968, he was born 1972. He was inspired to pursue a career in medicine at the age of 9. Oh, wow. Okay. See, okay, mad cow disease. All right. Greger. Okay. Well, I take that back. Michael Greger is 4 years younger than me. I'm sorry. I thought you were 70. So you're 53. And those pictures are old pictures. I'd like to see a current picture of Michael Greger. If you've ever watched him talk, he bobs his head. He really is quite funny. Now this, what year was this picture taken? Okay, permission details. Uploaded 13 October 2016. So this picture is from 2016. In 2016, how old was Michael Greger? Well, let's see. 72, 82, 92. He would have been in his 40s, right? Huh. Because in 2016, I would be 48. 26, yeah. So he was in his 40s. Wow. So this guy actually had the inspiration to write a book on how not to age and also how not to die. And this is him in 2019. Okay. Well, he doesn't seem to be too short. 2019. He wasn't even 50. He was still in his 40s. I don't know. Does that look like what a 40-something guy should look like? I don't know. What do I know? I'm just a total quack. I know nothing about it. But anyway, there's your example of a healthy vegan. And you can see definitely doesn't look as good as the carnivores the same age. There was a picture, I think, on one of the channels. It might have been on Dr. Baker's channel of Dr. Baker and Dr. Greger together. And it showed Greger with his stomach sticking out. It was quite funny. So, again, it's just silly, but we have fun with that. And that's it. All right, so let's see over here. Okay. His channel has some amazing educational videos on it. Jonathan and your channel are so much fun. And like Joe's channel, yes, you are always laughing and smiling. That's exactly what Jonathan needs. See the skin tightness on you and Dr. Baker versus loose and flaccid like many. Yes, that is part of the glow. That is correct. That is absolutely correct. I stopped celebrating my birthdays, but it's not working. I'm still aging. That's fine. We're all going to kick the bucket sooner or later. I can't help myself. I always see the joy in life. Life is blessed. I'm very glad to be able to meet wonderful people like you all. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. That's why we like having you here. One day, you'll age like Benjamin Button. Oh, good. Now the Spud Man has returned. Today is Saturday. You know what that means? Pizza and chicken wings for me and my family. Soda and beer and baseball. It's going to be a good day. Well, I hope you enjoy your seed oil cooked chicken wings and your seed oil filled pizza and the soda and beer. I hope you enjoy that too. And I hope you get the physical traits that go along with beer. They don't call it a beer belly for nothing. I bet a few people eat pizza when you're off camera, bunch of losers. Well, if you eat pizza when you're off camera, maybe you are a loser. But you know what they say? Bart Simpson always says, it takes one to know one, right? Benjamin Buttons, age in reverse. And yes, you are so much fun and Miss Mary. And Terry P says, hey, Rick and Milton. Hey, Milton, I think, has fallen asleep on the bed again, but that's okay. Enjoyed your day with family. Yes, I hope you will enjoy your day. And I hope that the pizza and beer are very tasty for you. And you don't mind the after effects that come from it. I ignore him. He must like it, keeps coming back. Yes, that is the whole idea. But remember, I always believe in the rule of law and following the rules that I said here. And as long as you don't attack anyone directly, you can make general statements all you want. That is perfectly fine. And you can attack any celebrity personality you want. Anyone who puts themselves, if you want to attack Dr. Baker or Chafee or whatever, feel free to go ahead and do it. But if you attack any of the people I personally know, then I will cut you off. It's just the way it is. But you're welcome here in the meantime. And look, speaking of Barbara, we were talking about you. Hello, everyone. I see that your subscriber count has gone up, and that's great. Let's see if we can keep that going. Let's see if you can reach that 50,000 or 100,000 layer. You might. You never know, because I know I won't. And we have a hello to Grandma, and we have another hello from Joe. Hello, Grandma. There we go. Congratulations on your new subscriber milestone. Yes. And Amy has returned again. Had to go show Laura and Christy some love. I made a comment in there too. You know, I can only have so many hours in the day. But you'll notice that I might be the only one that simultaneously comments while I'm streaming. I don't know anybody else that does that. We have a hey to Barbara and a thank you to Joe. That's great. Look at that. Hi, Rockin' Coach Amy. And we have Grandma's Crochet Corner saying ha. Awesome, awesome. That is really, really great. Anyway, that's doing awesome. Let's see how many people we have in our live stream. And we were just making fun of Michael Greger, which is the favorite target of any carnivore channel. I always like to bring up our little friend over there. He is really pretty funny. I mean, I find Michael Greger to be hilarious, especially when you write a book called How Not to Age, and you spell it out using vegetables. Where's the steak? Where's the eggs? Oh, well. Huh. New, $24.60. Why would anybody buy this book? It's a joke. All right? If you're going to buy a book, buy one of the carnivore teacher John Laspina's books. At least the money will go to a good place. Michael Greger. I'm going to have to get some of these books just from a yard sale. When I do get them at a yard sale for 50 cents or $1, I'll put them behind me. And I can laugh about it. Scientific approach to getting healthier as you get older. Well, there you go. Who's going to pay $43.39 for a used book? I think they're just dreaming. They've probably been eating too many veggies. All right. And we have morning over here. There we go. All right. Let me go over there. Okay. Let me go back here to Live at 8 with Rick. And there we go. All right. And how many do we have? We have 52. That's pretty awesome. I'm amazed. I really am amazed. We keep getting people coming here, and I think a lot of it is just for the novelty of it. You don't see anyone that goes on and on and on, never goes to the bathroom, barely drinks any water. And some of these podcasts, they'll sip water every 5 minutes. Not on mine. I'm a unique one. I'm the odd duck. That's what I've been called many times. All right. Eating pizza turns you into a troll, people. Remember that. What is this? Oh, okay. Barry Simon sent me something. I hear somebody. That's just the neighbors. When you live as close together as we do, we get all the doors closing. I can't believe I made it live. Well, when you're in Rick's live stream, it starts in the morning. Unless you sleep till 1 a.m., You can always catch part of it. I'm glad that you're here, see? And so is Jamette. And Sandy says we had 51 at that time. It actually went up to 53. Okay. Yep. Congrats on subscribers. I agree. How's hubby doing these days? Gary, yep. You deserve it. You deserve it. You're a great member of this community. To quack or not to quack? That is a question. Yes. Whether this or that makes sense. All right, let's see. Baby was funny last night looking for the meows. Yes. Yep. He's doing much better. Well, I'm glad your husband is improving. Back from the farmer's market. Well, there you go. And DS111 says Rick never changes. And I think that's kind of a good thing. Hi, sweetie. She was funny, needing to know where Rick's kittens are. Well, I'm going to find them. And those cute little kittens will be in video. You'll see. Before you know it, I'll be handling the lovable little kittens. And I'm sure a lot of people, they'll want to get a kitten. And if anybody's in the area and you want a beautiful free kitten, you can come over here and you can get your wonderful new pet. And it could be the next Milton or Miss Kitty or whatever. And once the kittens have been adopted out, Miss Kitty is going in the van. She's going to get stuffed in a container. And she's going to get fixed. Miss Kitty will not be making any more kittens. So that's a good thing. Hello there. Keep the quack. Yes. The quack is always here. The quack is back. The quack never will attack unless it has no choice. All right. And I've caught up with the comments again. Now, let's see. I want to remain skinny like Rick. Why don't you work out? Well, even if I do work out, I just don't gain any muscle, and I will. Once things settle down and I have lots of meat and I can eat my normal 6-pound-a-day meat diet, I will try to work out yet again. The one advantage I have over other people my age, I don't have any chronic injuries, and I think they say that when you get older, it's hard to put on muscle. That's probably true, but I've always had a hard time putting on muscle, so nothing else has changed. And if I do, that'll be great, but I don't really need it. Why do I need to get muscle? I do pretty much whatever I need to. I can move quickly. I can lift heavy objects. I don't have a problem. I have no injuries, no chronic pain. I think all the friends that I know that used to be bodybuilder types and muscular, they're all either fat or they have too many aches and pains. And, of course, using steroids didn't help them because if you use the steroids and you're not scientific about it, you can destroy yourself. They're perfectly fine to use when you know what you're doing. When you don't know what you're doing, things can go wrong really fast. You could end up like Lyle Alzado. Rick, you quack me up. Yes, that's the whole idea. And there we go. All right. So, yeah, the comment dynamics are really interesting because most of these live streams, they spend the whole time trying to keep up with them. And mine, they come in strong in the beginning, and then towards the end, they sort of lighten up. Rick should get a big jacket to wear that is covered in duck feathers. End up looking like that Andrew Lesko or whatever that used to sell government, how to get money from the government books. Or something like that. Okay. Oh, I see that the John Studd actually put a comment on my live stream. And again, we talked about this earlier. There it is. Do you know if that guy, John from Carnivore Teacher, he is gay, he married her? Man, I'm very upset about this whole thing. Well, that was the subject earlier. And again, an hour ago, when that comment came in, I covered that. That was quite fun. I have fun with all that. I have no idea why people get so worked up. I think it's just a way to get attention. If you can get attention, it works really well. So, We have a hey, Jeanette. We have a hey, sweetie. And I see the Charger logo in the back. Do you own one? I own several of them in various states of decomposition. But yes, in the future, when I move to a place that has an actual garage I can work in, I do intend to restore a couple of them. Yes, I am a Charger man. When I started on YouTube back in 2007, I had 2 channels. One was to expose scammers, like free energy scammers, and the other one was to sort of show my lifestyle, where I had my old cars and all the other things that I have. I was going to build a house, and that was it. And Barbara says, I keep John Stud blocked for my chats. As you should. You don't need that in your chats. Vintage Chargers hanging in the garage like few cars. My garage is full of parts that from cars I stripped 30, 40 years ago. Last Man 26. Hello from Romania, Rick. Miami is very liked here. Well, I'm sure that if you like warm weather, but Miami's the worst part of Florida. There's a lot of other places you can go. Florida is a very interesting state, although it is being destroyed one development at a time. But when I was a kid, rural Florida was an amazing place. There's still pieces of it left, but Miami is totally ruined. But again, maybe they like it here because they haven't been to the rest of the state. If you do come to Florida to visit Miami, take a trip a little bit west, maybe a little bit north, and you'll see that the real Florida is actually a lot better than Miami. Miami is about the worst part of Florida you can get. You can't do any worse than Miami. Miami is a fake place, full of fake people. There's a lot of good people here. There's actually more good people in Miami than I think in much of Florida combined. We have a lot of good people here. I would say the ratio of good to bad, we have about 80% good people and 20% bad people in Miami. But most of the 20% of bad people, they tend to concentrate in the more populated areas, the overpriced part of the city, some of the islands. We have a lot of people that are basically drug dealers and arms dealers and scammers and crypto crap scammers and all that. But we do have a lot of people here that try to work and try to be productive. But Miami's overcrowded. It's like my house. There's too much in it. Once you get the place totally filled up, there's nothing you can do to make it nice anymore. You have to flush the toilet. You either have to get a bigger place, and Miami can't get any bigger because we're out of room, or you got to flush the toilet. And that's going to involve either a massive hurricane or a nuclear weapon. And I really don't want to be here for either one. The hurricane, that's expected. The nuclear weapon, I don't want that at all. That's a complete disaster. If somebody dropped a nuclear weapon on Miami, you would wipe out millions of people, and you would basically leave a wasteland. And I think that would be the only thing that would get people out of Florida. Fortunately, that is extremely unlikely. I don't think that will ever happen. But the hurricane, it's coming. 1926 wasn't a one-off event. And Miami is much, much more of a target now. We have gigantic high-rise buildings. No one has ever seen what happens in a major hurricane to a high-rise. This will be the first place to see it. Just like Hurricane Andrew exposed the weaknesses in the building code in 1992. It's going to be a lot worse this time. Have a great day, everyone. I guess you're going out and about, and that's great. And we have a hello to Last Man. And again, I'm really happy to have you here. Rick seems like one of the good people. Well, it takes one to know one. I'm really glad that you are here. I like having good people. I need Jet. Has lots to do. Love all you quacks, LOL. Well, you've been here for a long time, and I appreciate you. You don't have to stay for this whole thing. Just pop in and pop out as you like. Rick on Miami, yes. Miami, at one time, it's like everything else. It's just the way that we are. We start out as 2 cells. We're born as a baby. Babies are cute, but they're kind of useless. They don't do anything productive. But as they get older, they take on the traits of their environment, their genetics, And ideally, with the proper parents and the proper surroundings, they become productive and valuable members of society. And they may go on to have their own children. Eventually, you reach that peak, somewhere between 25 and 55. And then comes the downhill slide. Miami is like that. Miami started off as a frontier town in the late 1800s. By the 1920s, it was a real estate boom town. And then there was a crash in 1926 with a hurricane. Then Miami sort of started, it was still going up, but once the real estate thing crashed, then Miami went from its downhill trend back to its uphill trend. And then World War II. And then there was a big shot after World War II of development. I think the peak for Miami was 1960, which is before I was born. And then Miami just sort of did this. And then in the 1970s, it started to go down. And then 1980 hit, Mariel boat lift, shoom, straight down for a little bit. Then it kind of leveled off. Then Hurricane Andrew hit, and then it started to go up a little bit. So Hurricane Andrew drove out a lot of people. But that stopped the development. It leveled off a little bit, started to go up a little. In the late 90s, Miami was actually getting a little better. Then came the Federal Reserve's 2001 interest rate manipulation, and Miami started going down. And it went down, and it's been on a downhill trend ever since. And then somewhere around 2020, it went straight down with the Federal Reserve's next funny money. So I would say the 1990s, and it depends on the region because Miami Beach, Sunny Isles started going down around the late 80s, and it's been circling the drain ever since. That is the absolute worst part of the Miami area, Sunny Isles, Miami Beach. It went from a fun, sort of touristy town to basically a prison planet like New York City. Some of the worst people you'll ever meet live in Sunny Isles. It is the ugliest part of Miami Beach. It is absolutely horrible. The ugliest eyesore buildings you could ever imagine. And then in the 2000s, that same mentality went to the Brickell area, which used to be a nice set of office buildings, beautiful homes. It was a pretty nice place. Tree-lined streets, absolutely high-end, beautiful place. And then it's not, right now it's garbage. Brickell is a dump. It is it might be the second worst place. Sunny Isles is the worst. Brickell may be the second worst. Downtown Miami is now joining the Brickell. It's the third worst. So these areas are going downhill rapidly, and they're filled up. So when the economy collapses, they're going to be the future slums. No one's going to be able to do that. What are the good areas? Good areas in Miami, Coral Gables. But Coral Gables is very restrictive, but Coral Gables is still probably one of the better ones. My favorite area of Miami is what we call horse country. It's located about a mile from here. And also Sunkissed Estates. It's going downhill, but it's not that downhill. Some parts of Pinecrest, Palmetto are still nice, but they've been going downhill for quite a while. But probably horse country, right next to me. This is the best part of Miami-Dade County. If anyone was going to live here, this is it. And then Homestead, if you don't mind being kind of out of the way, the Homestead area, the west part where you have the Sleepy Lizard avocado farm and some of the nurseries, that's another decent area. But the problem with Homestead is because there's a lot of like workers down there, a lot of migrants and stuff. There's a lot of property crime. They're not necessarily bad people, but I think a lot of them, they're kind of desperate. They need money because they don't make much, and they're always stealing stuff. So if it isn't welded down, it's going to go, and even if it is welded down, they do have cordless tools to cut it off with. So, but in terms of living, it's probably better. The eastern part of Homestead is full of apartments. It's a slum. You do not want to live there. It's new now, but in 10 years, it's going to be a high crime Section 8 disaster. So you need to avoid that. If you want to live near downtown Miami, I don't know why, but there are a few neighborhoods around there that are still old. if you're a Latino or Hispanic, Little Havana's gone downhill, but there's a couple of places around Flagler that are okay, not great. Generally, you want to live good in Miami, you got to go west. And again, the best thing to do is look at a map of Miami and look at where most of the trees are. That's the low crime, high end neighborhood. Look at the neighborhoods that don't have any trees. Those are the high crime danger zones. Miami is not as dangerous as it was 30, 40 years ago. Overtown, Liberty City, Wynwood, those were all just, bad places. You did not ever want to go there. Now, they're sticking apartment buildings in there. It's okay for now, but it will go downhill. Once the economy crashes, those areas are going to be slums. It's always been that way. It always will be. Gentrification is a myth. It's all funded by debt. Those buildings take a lot of maintenance. They will become run down. When I was a kid in the 70s, we had several abandoned and run down taller buildings that basically were demolished and replaced. But there was a lot of boarded up places here. A lot of people had left Miami. There was a whole white flight thing going on. When we had the Mariel boat lift, a lot of the old white people that were kind of racist, they left. And a lot of neighborhoods went downhill. The Mariel, the Cubans displaced the black people, which moved into other neighborhoods that were white before that, like Carroll City and like Perrine, some of those places. And it got really bad for a while. Now it's stabilized. A lot of the bad people, they get arrested, they die, they have all these problems. So it kind of comes out. But Miami has a constant stream of migrants, people from other parts of the U.S., people from other parts of the world. Haiti has been through several government disasters. We get waves of Haitians that come in here. They moved into Lemon City and a couple of the other places north of downtown Miami. They call it Little Haiti. Now Little Haiti has been somewhat gentrified. Some of them have moved away. It's just like a constant cycle. So every time that Miami goes through an economic disaster, another part of the world goes through an even bigger disaster, and then a bunch of them come in here to fill the space. So for every person that leaves Miami, 2 more pour in. And they have to keep stuffing them in, so they keep stacking and packing so we can cram more people here. Miami is basically what CAFO, or controlled animal feeding or concentrated animal feeding operations, are to pigs and chickens. That's what Miami is to people. So again, you want to come to Florida, you want to live in Miami, my advice is don't do it. If you do it, make sure you're making a lot of money and move to a good area, and it's tolerable. But if you have to commute, don't come to Miami. You're going to be sitting in traffic all day. Look at my bike rides. Look at how much traffic there is. Notice that most of the time when I'm driving, it's in the middle of the day or on the weekend. Why do you think I do so many jobs on Saturday and Sunday? I would rather take a day off during the week. I have people call me, we get the jobs done, and that's it. All right, let's go back to some of these comments. We have off to do spring cleaning and power wash, extract my carpets. Great day. Well, thank you. Glad you were here. Aaron has dropped in. Well, hello. Hey, everyone. I hope you're enjoying your weekend with your kids and animals. The year I was born, 1960. Well, there you go. I hear Sweetwater is a nice area in Miami. If you look at my video a couple days ago, I rode through Sweetwater. Sweetwater is not a nice area. It's okay. They just bulldozed the trailer park. They're going to stuff more apartments in there. Sweetwater's like Hialeah. It's not a very nice looking place. It's not high crime, but it's very, very expensive. They take advantage of people over there. Sweetwater is, it used to be a rural town. It was a cow town originally. But now it's just a concentrated place where you have a lot of Latin Americans and some retired people. It's nothing special. There's nothing great about Sweetwater. It's just development. That's all it is. Nondescript shopping centers, strip malls, apartments, lots of apartments. I don't even think the last really nice house was torn down a couple of years ago. I used to know who lived there. And I don't think all the others are like duplexes and tiny houses. Sweetwater is, yeah. Now, there's a better neighborhood just west of Sweetwater. Some people call it Bell End after the school that's there. There's some beautiful homes in that neighborhood. They have 1.25 acre lots. That's a pretty decent area. There's also what's known as Grand Canal Drive area, which is east of Sweetwater. There's some good homes there too. It's a mixed area, but Sweetwater in general, I would say, is in the crap hole. Not that great. Good morning to Aaron. Yes. Is Broward better than Miami-Dade? No. Broward is worse. Broward used to be better, but starting in the 1980s, they went into a development spree. And believe it or not, Hurricane Andrew was one of the reasons why Broward got so developed. A lot of people left Dade County to get away from the Latin American influence. They went to Broward, which was cheaper and better at the time. Broward is no longer better. Broward has less developable area, and it is more crowded. So no, Broward is not better. Broward is probably worse. Palm Beach County, there's a few good areas, but even that is almost totally lost. I liked Homestead in the early 80s. Homestead in the early 80s was an Air Force base and rural town. Everybody in Homestead either worked in farming or worked for the Air Force base. They closed the Air Force base after Andrew, although it's still used for some things, and the farming is pretty much gone. So, but Homestead was nice in the 80s, and it did have a 50s look to it. A lot of the businesses there hadn't changed much. It was interesting. It was like a real rural town. Worked at Cutler Ridge Mall. Well, they've renamed it several times. Now they call it Southland Mall. They've demolished most of it. They're building apartments there. It's worse than ever. But Cutler Ridge Mall got a really bad reputation because of the crime, the shootings, the robberies, and everything that took place there. But it's still there. But now I think they call it Southland Mall. In the 80s, we had a condo on 200th Street in Cutler Ridge. Took a loss on it, sold it. Then the big hurricane hit. Well, that's like Caribbean Drive. They had the Caribbean Club over there. I knew a lot of people. It was a cheap place to live. And yeah, there was a condo boom in the 80s, and then there was a bust. Well, if you got out of there before the hurricane, I think you did pretty well. Let's see. Yep. And good morning from Karen Harrington, 3571. Good morning from Rick. Sorry I'm late. Did motorcycle maintenance and did a nice tour as well. You're never late, BK. You're never late in my chat. So isn't Broward the real toilet? No, Miami is a real toilet because it's what started the whole mess. All the crap in Florida started with Miami. Miami was the beginning of the end. So no. But Broward, let's say Broward would be sort of like the toilet bowl, or maybe it's like the toilet ring. I don't know, but Dade County is the toilet bowl. Absolutely. Rick would be easy to spot in Miami. He's the tallest one of the whole place. Yes, I am. That is very true. I was going through digital coupons before I go shopping. Nice. On Apple. Wow, yes. Aaron, smart lady you are. Yes, I agree with that. Well, anyway, that's a little bit of my rant about Miami. Rick's live stream is timeless. You can't be late here. That is true. Until I wrap up the live stream, and then you can always look at the replay. I'm starting to get hungry for lunch. My stomach is telling me, where's my heart attack coming? My heart attack chicken. I got some chicken in the bag. They had some chicken on sale. I really need to get more meat from the store, but I've been so busy working, I couldn't do that. Let's see. My Ford Fiesta broke down on US 1 in front of a county bus on my way to work at the Miami Herald. Very big tension headache. Wow. Yep. And you know the Miami Herald building? They tore that down 10 years ago or whatever. And now the only thing sitting there is a big tent that they use for events. They were going to build a casino there, that stupid Resorts World with Chinese money from Genting. That didn't work. So they wiped out what used to be a pretty nice place. I think at the time, Miami Herald wasn't using all of it. They had the Brown Mackie College that was using it for their classes, and it just turned into a big waste like everything else in this town. I hear most people speaking Spanish in your videos. Sorry, that would drive me nuts. I just wouldn't fit in. Nothing against them as people. I don't blame you. This is another reason why my latest friend moved. There's nothing wrong, habla español, but the problem is the people just don't want to speak English. And that's why a lot of people, when they come to Florida, they come here to Miami so they can blend in. Now, there are many people who speak both Spanish and English, but Spanish is the thing. That used to be a little Havana thing, but now it's throughout the entire county. And again, I tell people, if I wanted to move, let's say, to a Latin American country, let's say I wanted to go to, I don't know, Argentina or Brazil or whatever, the first thing I would do, I would learn the language, Spanish, Portuguese, whatever it is. I would learn the language before I go to the country. And then that way, when I get there, I can speak with them and they won't take advantage of me. I don't know why they insist on not learning English. I don't know. Well, yesterday, lots of thick, fatty pork chops, hamburger, Cuban steak. Nice. I hope you're okay. And Milton and Miss Kitty. I'm fine. Miss Kitty, I saw a couple of her kittens yesterday. Hopefully today I'll look around. Maybe I'll see more of them. And just like always, I will share you a video when I see the kittens. So you'll get to see it about the same time that I do. Before I say anything to most people here in Los Angeles, I usually first have to mentally assess if they might not speak English. Yes, I found the kittens. What neighborhood you live in the 80s? Okay. Have a great day, y'all. Thank you, Rick. Well, thank you, Tammy. Glad you were here. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Homestead Air Force Base, 83 to 86. You know, it's funny, when I was in junior high, they took us for a tour in the Air Force Base. And then again in high school, I think it was in 84, they took us for a tour through the Air Force Base. It was kind of interesting. I still remember part of it. And it's a shame it pretty much got destroyed, but it was kind of interesting. And I do remember seeing all the people there. Very interesting. You should throw away those encyclopedias behind you. You're an encyclopedia. Well, I can tell you a lot about the history of this area. I know Miami, we used to call it Dade County. Now they call it Miami-Dade County. I know this place very, very, very well. Probably a little too well. And when I move out of here, this is the last, I think, the last trace of what used to be here is in this house. Once I move out of here, that's it. It's all gone. There's nothing left from the old days. It's just me, and that's it. But yes, I do feel like an encyclopedia sometimes. Well, anyway, that's great. We've been having a really good live. I still have 51 people watching, which is pretty amazing. I think I must hold the record for that. Let's see. I saw a video on YouTube about the Sportatorium. Yes, so much cool history and stories. And we had a long time ago an event at the Sportatorium that I was at. They didn't have enough bathrooms, so they had to use these porta toilets. And it was funny because the Sportatorium had a canal around it, which had ducks waddling around. And they put these portable toilets near the slope. Well, somebody that was extra heavy got into the porta toilet, and the porta toilet tipped over. There was this big fat lady that fell over, and I'll never forget. They were trying to get her out of the porta toilet, but they couldn't because she was so heavy. So several people got on the side of the porta toilet and tipped it back over and pushed it onto the flat ground. And they got the lady out of there, and she was covered in that blue stuff that they put in the porta toilet. Oh, the blue stuff got on her clothes. I have to admit, as a kid, I was laughing. My parents slapped me. What are you laughing at? Well, Mom, it's funny. There's nothing funny about that. The Sportatorium was basically a big metal building that was built sometime in the 60s. And then sometime in the 70s, they put air conditioning in it to make it into a usable auditorium. And they would have a bunch of rock concerts there. The place was always torn up. But we had an event, which I'm trying to remember what it was. It's like the bank my parents used to go to, the credit union. They used to rent the youth fairgrounds to have an event. They'd have like a carnival kind of thing. Well, this was another one of those carnival events. And I don't remember what organization it was for, but I do remember as a kid going there. And I remember the place. And then that day it happened to rain. It was a storm. And that building, the roof used to leak. I mean, it was pretty funny. But again, when all the people from Miami left, they started developing like crazy. They got rid of the sportatorium along with the racetrack. They had a drag strip, the Hollywood Speedway, which was next to it. And I remember going there, driving up Chrome Avenue to go drag racing and see my friends go drag racing. But yeah, there was a lot of history here. But the one thing about South Florida, when you have a place where you're trying to stack and pack the people, the first thing you got to do is get rid of the history. Everything that I remember as a kid is gone. It's all been wiped out. And even the places that still exist have been changed to the point where they're not even recognizable. Okay, let's see. Comments. All right, let's see. Why am I missing some of the comments? I guess it takes time to update. There we go. All right. Homestead, okay, 85. Bike cross paths. Thumbs up for Milton. Rick, too, yes. All right. Sure we passed the mall, or at least in the traffic. Yep, I'm sure everyone did if you went up US 1. Did you live overseas like me? I worked at Fredericks of Hollywood. Oh, nice. That must have been in the mall on my Sandy. Did the Southern racing scene die in Miami after Hurricane Andrew? I see so many old videos online. No, what happened was the developers, they decided we can sell that land, build houses on it rather than having the drag race. The track was always well attended. I don't ever remember a time. They even tried to set up another track over in the old, where the, what is that? There used to be an airport there. They had another airport off of Okeechobee. Excuse me. They set that up as a drag strip. But I think now they do have some racing down there by the Homestead area, where they built a track down there. There's an oval track, and I think they may even have drag racing there too. Although I haven't, ever since they closed in Hollywood, I mean, I kind of got out of it. Don't really have time for that. But yeah, it was pretty popular. There's actually a video of when they set up a track somewhere out here in the West. They had trouble with street racing in Coral Gables. So they set up one. I think it might have been over here by where FIU is now. That used to be the Tamiami Airport. I had a video of that somewhere. My ex was in the military. Okay. Yeah. Got some yawning going on. That's what happens when you get close to lunchtime. When I start getting close to lunch, my energy starts to slow down a little bit. Wow, Rick is still alive. I was watching earlier but stopped to do something else, I'm sure. There's always more productive things to do. I remember the Sigboats racing. That was at the Miami Marine Stadium, which is still standing, but it's been abandoned for 40 years. But I do remember that place. It's still there, over there across from the Seaquarium, which has also been closed, and they're going to build condominiums there. They just have to figure out how to do it. They'll come up with some kind of plan for reopening the Seaquarium. They'll figure out they can't do it, and then they'll sell it for condos. That's what always happens here. That's what they wanted to do with the Marine Stadium, but a lot of people made a fuss, and I think they were kind of contractually obliged to keep it going. They would hope it collapsed, and it didn't. So I think they've done some stabilization, but hopefully one day they'll bring it back. That was a very unique place. Yeah, going to Sam's Club. There you go. And again, I rode my bike by Sam's Club a couple times in the last few days, but I haven't been in there. I need to go back there when I drive there. I hate going there during the week. I may go Sunday, who knows. All right. Yep. They keep talking about restoring that Marine Stadium by building over-budget, ridiculous bridges. That spider bridge they're working on, that stupid thing, has been years behind schedule and just billions and millions of dollars going to that stupid bridge. They call it a signature bridge. I call it the spider that sucks up all your money. Let's see here. There we go. Miami. All right. Let's take a look at this piece of garbage. Well, that's interesting. Like it or hate it, Miami's signature bridge is turning into a symbol of excess. Yes. And of course, the Miami Herald is so greedy, they won't even let you read the stupid article. So, oh, maybe they did. And here it is. I'll never get a Miami Herald. Ever since they sold their headquarters, they're dead to me. Bunch of ripoffs. Look at this stupid thing. Spider Bridge. Entranceway to world famous South Beach, Fort MacArthur Causeway. Just a way of wasting money. Look, 7 years is a long time. 24, then 2027, now it's 2029. The project began in 2019. They're setting up for a decade's worth of traffic jams, rerouting. Just stupid. Yep. Minor surface finishing. It's just ridiculous. 818 million has become 866 million. Not a bad article, really. But the bridge is so stupid. It doesn't even go over any river or anything. It's just like in the middle of nowhere. Cracks found on Miami's bridge, yeah. Thing is a joke. Look at this ugly thing. Looks like a spider. Well, maybe they'll get it finished by the time the economy collapses. It's just dumb. Everything they do here is just dumb. And if you look at all the ugly buildings they have in downtown Miami, it's all fits together. Anyway, what a waste of time and money. They could have spent that money building an actual train system or finishing the project they were supposed to do before they sold the land for apartments. Let me show you what that is. It's here somewhere. This is another complete disaster from the idiots at Miami-Dade County. I could use this. This is something I could actually use. The Ludlam Trail. It's been proposed for 10 years. See? Was abandoned in 2002. 2003. Wow, that's been a long time. Purchase 25 million. Secure funding from Miami-Dade County. 2016. Wow. 2014. Purchase the corridor. Boy, that railroad was so greedy, they had to get 25 million for basically worthless strip of land. Construction is anticipated to start fall of 2026. They've been since 2021. What a joke. Will they ever do it? Probably not. It was supposed to be completed by late 2023. Everything in Dade County is always money, money, money. Okay. Huh. Okay. That Florida East Coast Railway is one of the greediest pieces of crap you could ever imagine. Selling land to build apartments. You can see the hill where the railroad used to sit. That's all it is. Just a useless strip of land, overpriced like everything else. Okay. So, let me go back over here. How do I get out of this thing? Okay. Connect schools, parks, transit stops, residents, and shopping. All right. Well, let's see if they ever do start working on this. Just crazy. More than 20 years, nothing happens. Like everything else. You can see here where it runs. Basically, this railroad used to go all the way down to Homestead, but now part of it's a busway. Over here, they want to put an apartment building. It's just stupid. Absolutely stupid. But it'd be nice if they ever finished it. Because the thing is, when you live around here, this actually goes all the way to the airport. There's the airport right there. That would be interesting. Okay. And there we go. So let's see if we can see how many people we have. We can probably wrap this up. Let's see. A lot of comments coming in again. Just back from the first birthday party of grandson number 4. They fed me and Laney with sausages. Nice. Well, good to see you, George. They've returned. What fun. Yes. It sucks that you have watched all the urban decay take over the place while you basically grow up. Yep. But it has given you knowledge. That is correct. I just don't get why people want more and more condos. It's not the people that want it. It's the developers that want it. Because the thing is, they don't care if anybody ever buys these things. What a lot of times these developers do, you have to understand the way that money is made in the U.S. Money is not just printed into existence. Money has to be backed up with debt. So anything that is financed by debt, the central banks love because they can create money. And the banks create money in the U.S. Every time they write a mortgage, they create money out of nothing. And the central bank backs it up if it goes bad. So all they have to do is come up with some way to sell something that's financed by debt. And there's nothing easier than real estate. Now, because Miami is pretty much built up, we don't have any more room left. Everything here is full. So what they do, they have to keep stacking and packing more and more living units. Now, nobody can afford them because they take out, you got to realize the taller you build, the more expensive each unit gets. So you would say, well, if I build a taller building, I'm going to get more units and therefore the units get cheaper. But no, they get more expensive because it creates a bidding war for the land. They pay way too much money for the land, 10, 20, 100 times what it's really worth. Then they have to build the building. And the higher you go, the more it costs, believe it or not. Now, again, if you can get the land cheap enough and you can sell the units, then you can sell them cheaper, but it doesn't work that way. So you got to buy an existing building. Then you got to pay millions to demolish the thing. So you take a perfectly good building, turn it into solid waste, send it to basically a landfill. Most of the demolition here is used to fill in lakes, which were originally dug for fill. They fill them in, and guess what? They build on them again. So it's just sort of like a recycling thing of fraud. And then as they stack more people in there, they have to charge more. Nobody can afford these places. So a lot of times what the developers will do, they will get financing from somebody else. They'll buy some of the units as shell companies and fake owners. They only got to sell maybe 10, 20% of the units. Then they can establish square footage. Oh, each one of these units sells for $1 million. So they all got to be worth that or more. And then they'll borrow money against the building they already built. They'll take that money. They'll they'll look for another nice property that they can destroy and build another high rise. And they keep again and again. It's like a ladder of fraud, a house of cards. And they keep doing it and doing it and doing it. Eventually, what happens? People they can't keep borrowing money to keep building these things. Most of the buildings are half empty. So a lot of the so-called owners, they will rent them out, sometimes at a loss, just to get people in there. So you see a lot of these trendy young people. Oh, I'm in Miami. I'm doing so well. They negotiate rent with one of these shell company owners, and they get in there and they create excitement so they can get other people to do the same thing. Well, the problem is after a few years, the building's old. Nobody wants it anymore. So they go to the next latest and greatest. So they're constantly building, destroying, and just racking up the debt. Well, eventually things fail like they did in 2008. The money stops flowing and the whole thing implodes. And then for years, places just sit empty. It's a cycle. They go through that all the time. That's what happens. Okay. We used to ship Norway and from Miami Herald windows. Yeah. The Miami Herald used to look out over the bay. They even had a radio tower they would use. Why do I hear a noise? Nope. That's at the neighbor's house. I visited my own town museum and found the name plate of Confederate warship Alabama was sunk by the Union ship Kearsarge off France, and the Royal Navy recovered the wreckage. I feel the Florida Keys would be about... Yeah, I agree with that. I lived in Key Largo for many years. I would definitely consider going to the Florida Keys. The Florida Keys are very overpriced, but there's still a lot of independent hotels, motels. There's a lot of scenery. You want to come to South Florida? Go to the Keys. That's what I would do. You can start with Key Largo. Even if you stay at a cheaper motel and you get a bicycle and you ride around. I need to do, in fact, one of these days, I'm going to go down to Key Largo and I'm going to make some videos on the bicycle from Key Largo. That's what I'll do. Yes. Try the Keys. You'll like it. Love the Florida Keys in the early 80s. There's sort of limits on development, so you don't have a lot of high-rises. Didn't like Key West. I haven't been there in 40 years. 52 people at that time. Excellent. Lainey wants to visit Orlando. She's a Disney fan. A lot of people like Disney. I'm one of the few that I don't like Disney. Good morning, Rick and Milton, watching from Philippines. I don't want to go to Disney. Too many restrictions. I want to have a whole city that would be my own version of Disney World. My own county. That'd be great. Wasn't too probably expensive. That's true. Hello to George. Either that or Anaheim and SoCal where Dawn resting with Rachel. Yeah, another Disney park. And saying hi to Barb. Stacking and packing humans is part of our problem of people losing their minds. People need privacy and a little space to grow things, barbecue, and have a chicken. People are not sardine. That is correct. This is the problem. That's why these areas always degrade first when the economy fails. It looks nice where you live, yes. Do you have a prediction for the next recession, depression, whatever it may be, crash? I just don't see how people can go on with these inflation rates, which I'm almost certain will go higher. That's a good question. I'm going to talk about that. What is this noise I keep hearing? Problem with this neighborhood, you get these cars sitting there running idle with the air conditioning on. They create a resonance which works its way through my yard and bothers me. It's one of the other reasons I want to move to the country. I'm going to tell you what I'm predicting for the economy. Things are different than they used to be. Up until 2008, we had business cycles. Starting in 2008, the business cycle has been stopped. The Federal Reserve, the Central Bank of the United States, has been creating debt to fund the money in an increasingly large amount. They originally came out and called it Well, they called it a TARP bailout. Then they came up with quantitative easing, or QE, which basically means go ahead, banks, print all the money you want. We're going to back it up by 70, 80 billion a month so you can keep bailing out all your bad loans to prevent the crash. The system will not be allowed to crash ever. They're going to keep creating money and debt to keep the system going. You know where the real crash is going to come from? Civil unrest. Pretty soon, the young people and some of us older people are going to have enough. We're going to be very uncomfortable, struggling with inflation, not eating well, and things are going to implode, and they're going to stop participating, and they're going to start actively destroying. Some people have already done that. What happened to the CEO from United Healthcare? What happened to that Kimberly-Clark warehouse where they had all that paper catch fire? You're going to start seeing these things happening more and more and more. And I predict the next thing that's going to happen, there's going to be a revolution either against Wall Street or against Silicon Valley. And probably the smartest thing they can do is to map out the fiber optic cables that connect the internet and start cutting them. And once that happens, everything could turn upside down overnight. The whole economy is based on a debt-based, funny money system. If that system fails, and it could also happen organically, all that electronic information that creates the wealth, it has to travel through an aging power grid, which is failing, energy, which is becoming more expensive, and water. Water is a big problem, especially now. Remember what happened in the Great Depression with the Dust Bowl? The same thing is setting up for now. We're having Super El Nino, and at the same time, Bermuda High is very, very strong. Our rainy season is probably going to be delayed, and I hate to say it. If we get a delayed rainy season this year, Hurricane Andrew is a possibility. If a major hurricane hits downtown Miami, will never, ever see a crash greater than that. People have in their head, these high-rise buildings can survive a hurricane, and yes, they can, but there's a problem. A building in 2026 is not the same as a building in 1926. A high-rise building in 1926, it had steel girders that were riveted together, it had concrete, and it had plaster walls, and it had no air conditioning. Building got damaged, windows were left open, the air came in and out. It wasn't that hard to fix it up and get it back in shape. Put windows in it, repair some plaster after you let it dry out. But now, with all the drywall and insulation, the synthetic materials, if those windows break and water comes in that building, it's going to be a mold disaster. The entire building will have to be stripped out and redone. Multiple windows will break. The windows they have today are large. Debris blowing around multiple high-rise buildings. The taller the building, the greater the wind forces. That super tall building is going to do this. And those cheap concrete slabs they make nowadays to make more usable space, they're flat slabs. The columns sit against the slab. You have shearing force. This building is going to crack. So you have the combination of salt water flooding the base, wind pressure. Now, if the windows blow out, the wind pressure will be less, but then the entire interior is ruined, and you basically have to build a new building. If the windows hold, this is going to happen. You're going to end up with cracks. You're going to have lawsuits. Most of those high-rise buildings will be uninhabitable for years or maybe ever. And you're going to have some collapses. Remember the Champlain Towers? That's going to happen again. It may collapse during the hurricane, or it may collapse after. And that's going to destroy the appetite for all high-rise buildings. The storm surge pushed up by that storm will be at least 18 feet. That's going to flood out all the utility infrastructure and cause a lot of damage. So I think what's going to happen, the U.S. economy, they're going to keep this going with central bank funny money forever. What's going to cause it to crash is civil unrest. People will eventually lose it. Like Salenti always says, when they have nothing left to lose, people lose it, and they will blow the system up. It is possible the central bankers will simply just withdraw their support. Stop printing the money, and it all comes down. And they'll do that on purpose so that people will be desperate, and they'll be willing to take anything that's offered to them. It's pretty here, foothills of the mountains. Don't mind it except for fire season. Yeah, and we're having fire season right now here in Florida. Sure is a slow drive from Miami to Key West. It is. There's just way too many people going there. But try the upper Keys. Key Largo, Tavernier. You might find something you like. They want us to tolerate the stack and pack of Ready Player One with all the intellect of idiocracy. That's their dream, because remember, the people at the top, the ones that control the money, they use extraction. People that are real wealth generators, they share the wealth. Everybody around them becomes lifted to their level. But the extractors, you have to push down the people, and the best way to do that is to stack and pack them. The more they're stacked and packed, the more desperate and dependent they are. The last thing they want is people living on land where they can actually see how food is produced, produce some of it themselves, and also the other option, you might be able to build things. If you're a guy that knows how to take scrap and take materials, weld them together, you know how to use a lathe, you know how to use a milling machine, you're their biggest threat. Because now, even if they try to ban self-defense devices, you could build them yourself. And if you know chemistry, that's even more dangerous. The trick is, if you got people stacked and packed in apartments, they can't really do anything that's dangerous to the system. They're living on a farm, they're living on a suburban home that has extra space. Now that person is a danger to them. But what they don't realize, the more people that are independent, if a foreign power tries to come in and take over, it becomes impossible, because those people will not cooperate. And they become a force that can sort of block. But again, it doesn't matter anyway. God has a plan for everyone, and it's going to be a good one. It's like 40 to 50 miles an hour. Doing Disney, yeah, it's down to the Keys. Senior, it's a lot of walking. Get some comfy shoes. There you go. Idling engines, especially diesels, are a real headache. Yes, they can be. When I go somewhere, I turn my engine off. I don't sit there idling. Diesel takes my breath away. I hate it. Well, mine runs on seed oil, so it's probably even worse. She's unstoppable now. The DC Rebellion is coaching her. Oh, there you go. I've been forgotten about. It's all about DC around here. Yes. I haven't seen him in here. He's probably still busy. There's something about that particular sound also. Yes, there is. They ding. Okay. Do delivery driving work, and it really disturbs an otherwise peaceful surrounding car park place. Yes. The old Navy post in Key West sold off the land and buildings, became condos. That's everything. Again, that's all they do here. The only thing that is valuable here is space. Everything else is trash to the developers. No matter what, buildings, trees, animals, whatever. It's all trash to be sent to the landfill. The only thing they want is space. And that's what they want. They want space. So they can stack and pack more people they can extract. Without the breathing when the engine isn't maintained, the exhaust seems dangerous even. Yeah. Then he gets a puppy, she'll be all yours again. I'm on your side, George. I could run away to your side of the pond and she wouldn't even notice. Cross your fingers. I just got 3 more responses for my potential roommate. Well, I hope you'll get a good one. Maybe you'll get lucky and get a carnivore. That'd be nice. Get some carnivore college student that won't bother you. You'll be happy about that. All right, so let me double check and see how our live stream is going. It is getting close to Rick's lunchtime. And let's see, where is our live stream? There we go. All right, let me close this. I see that, well, I think Lance would have finished by now. This thing is probably delayed. Yeah. Or is it? No, I guess he's still running. Interesting. Okay. So he is still running. He's making his live streams longer. He wants to be the next Rick. So let's see how many people we have here. It's just 52. Let me refresh this. It may have gone down. There's no way I could have 52 people still watching my live stream. Let's see. Okay. Wow. I do have 52 people watching. That is pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. And I see Carrie put out a video. Carnivore is worth more than $1 billion lottery ticket. He's already got 700 and something views. There we go. I see Carrie's over there excited. I wonder what he's selling today. Let's see. Let's take a look. $1 billion lottery ticket. Well, he's outside. That's good. Hey, it's greening up over there. Wisconsin's starting to look good again. I bet anybody that lives there really looks forward to the summer. I see dinner. Parking lot chicken, but bigger. That looks good. Let's see what else we got here. I'm not going to play his video. He's talking about, okay, he's got some Healing Humanity merchandise. The movie should be coming out pretty soon. So I encourage everyone, if you're able to see the movie, check it out. Okay, yeah. He's got some merchandise. That's good. What else we got here? See, at least he's selling his own stuff, which that's a good thing. Get people interested in the movie. And this is, oh, some more salt. I see he doesn't do the Redmonds anymore. All right, so he's selling the salt. There we go. Okay. What else we got here? Okay. He's back to the chair with the chickens in the next one. Special offer link below. All right. I don't know if he's selling keys as well. And he's out there talking with the chickens. More chickens. More chickens. Buck, 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 buck. All right. So that's another video you can check out. Carrie's always entertaining. He's got a great attitude. And he's got a lot of subscribers. Look at how many subscribers he's got. 374,000 subscribers. Don't forget to click like when you watch his video. I always do. That's awesome. Okay. And let's see. What else we got here? Let me go to... Okay. Carnivore Quest, Larry. I don't see Cassie, but Larry's there. Very nice. I see that Boyle there has a thing about live stream about the energy. You got 3,600 people watching. That's just way too many. Florida stories. There's all kinds of stuff. You could be all day on YouTube. But who wants to be all day on YouTube when you can do so many other things? Huh. Okay. Lost EVT, blah, blah, blah. All right. Again, there's a lot of them there, which is fine. So let's go ahead. Let me go back to the comments and let's see what else we have before we wrap this up and we start our day. I have a lot to do. I got to try to track down the kittens, and I want to try to work on my truck, or maybe I can hit the hardware store, try to get some rubber to fix this thing. Although Jerry said that some package may be coming, so I guess I'll have to stay here until the package comes. My gate is open and my address is visible, so hopefully they can do that. All right, so let me go and see where my comments have gone to. There they are. I'm starting to mouth-watering about the heart attack chicken. All right, so let's see what we got going on here. Yeah, good for Thomas. 54, wow, it went up. Hit the likes. Yes, please. Take our advice. Hit the like if you haven't. Oh, I won the Redmond salt. Oh, there you go. June 6th premiere of Healing Humanity in Montello is sold out. No question that it would be sold out. Although, knowing Carrie, because Carrie's a nice guy, he probably has a few extra seats reserved for special guests, the people that he likes. So, you know, if you are in the Montello area and you're one of us carnivore influencers and maybe you weren't able to get the ticket, just message Kerry. I'm sure he can arrange it for you because he's kind of like me in that way. I would do that too. I'd always have a little bit there. Doesn't Amazon leave it at your door? I don't really order from Amazon, but a lot of times when I do get a package, they're afraid to come in my gate. I'm not sure why. Of course, my yard, it looks like a junkyard now. I've been so busy working. I bring stuff home, I just throw it there, and then on the weekend I clean it up. Make sure you do an unboxing when Jerry's stuff comes. I can definitely do that. I can do that. I can get locked into YouTube a bit too often. Yes, that can happen. And that's something that you really don't want to happen. Anyone know if lamb knuck is good enough to grind and mix with hamburger to make a gyro meat? I don't see why not. It all depends on how much you put in there. Sometimes the lamb neck can be a little bit too stringy and fatty, but in a proper ratio, yeah. What you could do is just, now if the hamburger's already made, it may not mix well, but I've actually mixed lamb with beef strips, and it worked out pretty well. You want to make that sort of flat, straightened out piece of meat. I'd say try it. I would. If it doesn't work, you can still eat it. It's not like it makes it inedible. It may not be ideal, but it is still edible. That's awesome. All right, let me go back to, let's see. Where's my video? It's got to be here. Yeah, and the other thing, I noticed that Larry was making a video. Our friend John Spud was over there making fun of Larry too. I mean, it's like John Spud has nothing is off limit. I see 46 watching right now because they know that I'm getting to the point where I'm going to be wrapping this up, but still 46 for a live stream that's been going since 8, 9, 10, 12, almost 5 hours. That's really amazing. I do think I hold the record when it comes to this. And I guess Sandy's saying I average 13 hours a day on YouTube. Oh. A lot of times I'll put YouTube on a mobile device and then I'll just let it run while I'm doing something else. Okay. $4.99 a pound at Publix. Check email if you have time. Let me check the email. Let's see what Barry has sent me. So let's check the email. And let's see what we have in the Carnivore AI. Okay, here we go. We got several things over here. Look at this. Let's start playing some of these. Crocodile Rick. There we go. All right. Let's see what we got here. Okay.
G'day, mate. You call that a knife? This is a knife. Now that's a real knife, mate.
Let's get
Feel
this
the
up
power.
here. Let's get this up here. All right, so we're going to go ahead. We're going to play this. Let me switch scenes over there. And let's see. We have, see if I can get this a little bit better view. Maybe. All right. There we go. Here it is.
G'day, mate. You call that a knife? This is a knife. Now that's a real knife, mate. Feel the power.
Okay. Let's see what else we got here in the... Okay, we'll close this. Let's see what else we got. Mango Tango. Let's try that and see what happens. There we go. All right.
Hey there! Don't let the mango tango be the slippery slope to sugar addiction. One bite leads to another, and boom, you're hooked. So enjoy the tango, but keep it balanced.
Gotta watch those cartoon mangoes. They'll get you every single time. Let's go ahead and let's see here. All right. Let me get out of there. And we have usable. Let's see. What is this? All right.
It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood. A beautiful day for a neighbor. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? Hi there, neighbor.
That's actually pretty funny when you think about
It's
it.
a beautiful day in this neighborhood. A beautiful day for a neighbor. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? Hi there, neighbor.
With the Black Menace, of course. That's always a good thing. I'm going to have to, like I said, I will be integrating some of this into my live stream as like a commercial break and the beginning. I got to organize all these up because you know that Mitch, he puts this stuff in his live stream. He also got the music that Barbara made for him. He puts that in there too. I don't think I'm going to be changing the YouTube theme that I use for Live at 8 with Rick because people have been associating me with that. I've had a lot of people ask me questions what that was, and nobody else uses it. Mitch's live stream, there's some other people that do use the music that he uses, but in my case, it seems like the style of my live stream goes well with that. It all kind of fits together, and it's getting to be more and more popular. I'm definitely going to add that in there because it's pretty funny. I want to make my own version of it using real items and try to get that original Mr. Rogers look. And but it'll include, you know, the engine block and all the other stuff that makes it, the fire extinguisher, the traffic light, vacuum cleaner. As you know, I have my vacuum cleaner handy. Everything I have is always nearby. And I have some junk I got to get rid of, but hey, I always say that. Let's see over here. Comments. Let's see what we have in the comments. And there we go. The comments have really started to pick up again. My tanning bed session is over, so I'll be going. I'm on promptly at 12 noon Central, 30 minutes from now. Thank you, Rick. And did the Amazon guy come yet? No. Nobody has come yet. I haven't seen anyone, but I just liked. Up to 55 now. Awesome. Awesome. There we go. Had my alone time with coffee here, made breakfast, cleaned up the dishes. Thanks for a good stream, Rick, but it's time to go outside and water my sunflowers. Bye, everyone. Listening mode. I need to water my plants as well. Barry strikes again. Yes, he does. LOL. Hello. How the heck are you? Cheers are. Well, there's Spanky. I'm good. Glad you dropped in at the end of the live stream. That's good. And I am back. Yes, I had shown your live stream a little bit. You know that on my channel, we jump around from one live stream to the other. And that's how it works. I always watch your videos, but I'm hidden from chats. Okay. Hi, Gary and Terry. And we have a ha-ha. And we have another hello. All right, let's see over here. Hi, Spank. I tried to leave, but I can't. Okay. And Jonathan is back. Hello. There you go. And let's see. Someone failed at hiding you. I see you. Yes. I could create with real pics from you. I'm going to have to do that. I'll have to take a series of them, but that's actually a great idea. We're going to work on that. I think it's going to be quite funny. It is funny. You have to admit, it's definitely creative. You can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave. That's a Hotel California. Do not fall for the peer pressure to change much. Your channel is a cool place. Don't worry. Peer pressure is ineffective on me. Look at how I live. All the trends that people come up with, hairstyles, clothing, decoration, they go minimalist. I won't do it. Eventually, they'll come around to be like me. You're faking bacon. And Thomas, how are you doing? How are you feeling? How are you Are you texting from the toilet? Okay. And there we go. All right. Why do I hear a noise again? Let's see. Nope. Looks like the neighbor's washing out his boat. All right. One of my ladies had a bodybuilding contest today. She didn't get the result she hoped for. Back to the drawing board. Well, there you go. I slow cooked a bunch of brisket. Agrees with my digestion so long as I do not eat the rendered fat. It's good. Nice. And like Jonathan's saying, those bodybuilding contests, they're highly subjective. I think that for a lot of people, it just drives them crazy. And eventually they give up on it and go to eating the duck food and say, oh, well, I got fat. It happened. But everyone's a little different. You got to find the right personality to go with it. Okay, so let me go back over here and let's see how many people we have in Rick's live stream. We have, wow, we're back to 55 again. That's really impressive. 57, it's actually going up. What is going on here? How am I getting more people? Look at that. 57 watching right now. Huh. Gotta be kidding. That's incredible. That really is incredible. 56? Okay. Interesting. Anyway, I'm impressed. I really am. I am very impressed. Have you ever seen anybody else who can do a live stream, keep on talking, never run out of things to talk about, not even going to the bathroom, drinking very little water, and just thinking about his heart attack that's coming very, very soon? Now, Jerry is going to be going on at 1. So what I'm going to encourage everyone to do, when the live stream is over, if you want to keep watching a live stream, check out her live stream. There's a lot of other live streams. There seems to be a little less than there usually are. Thomas will not be on, but I'm sure there's no shortage of live streams. You can feel free to promote your live stream here. Last week, Jerry had a contest, and I still, believe it or not, have not been able to get the Amazon thing to work where I can get to the movie. I need to sit down and do that. It's just I get too many things going, and I'm busy working and doing all these things, and I just don't keep up with it. I do want to watch that cholesterol cold movie so I can make my own review. I will wait a little bit so I don't spoil anybody's information, so that way it won't interfere with their watching it. But what I'll do, I'll download it, and I'll keep it there, and then I'll watch it at my leisure, and maybe in another month, I'll make a video on it. And by that time, anybody that would have bought it, was going to buy it, would have bought it, and that'd be it. I also want to make a movie. I want to make a review of the animal movie that I watched. I made an outline of it. There's several points that I want to bring out, and I am going to do that. And whenever somebody sends me the Healing Humanity movie, I will be making a review on that as well. So let's see how many enemies I can make when I start talking about other people's movies. I think one day I'll have to make my own movie. Diaries of a Carnivore Quack, or whatever. Or like Liz says, a suburban ghost. I haven't been able to unhide anyone. Interesting. If you saw how she looked, you would be astounded. All it takes is time and refinement, though, I guess. She makes fitness models look fat and weak. Sounds good. I wish more women were more on the muscular side. I should be on a body unbuilding contest. I look wiry like Rick. Well, you know, some of us are just not meant for that. And the thing is, really, what is the point of gaining a bunch of muscle? It's basically to attract women. So if you're not trying to attract women, of course, there's 2 ways to attract women. One way is with money, and the other way is with looks. And that's fine. But if you can do everything you need to do, you're not in pain, you're pretty much living your life without limits, it's not necessary. But if you're one of the people that wants to push your physique to the limit and you want to have a certain look or a certain amount of strength, then go for it. Just make sure that if you take on bodybuilding, that you have someone like Jonathan that can guide you through it. Because basically, you know, you're just going to have a lot of trial and error. It's a better investment to go with someone that's been down the road and they can help you out. But when it comes down to it, there has to be a reason. And the reason is different for everyone. All right. Just a bunch of quacks in this chat, to be honest. Yes, Jonathan, there's a bunch of quacks. And the head quack is right here. I guess I'll stop going because no one can see my comments to Jerry's. Okay. I hope you've maintained some contact with Annabella. You guys act well together. To DS111. Yes, hope so too. Lainey's just logging on now to add one. Well, there you go. That's awesome. I do. She emails me. I worry about her. We're talking about Annabella. Okay. Jonathan, the effort needed to make a real effort. What is this? Notification. Oh. Jonathan sent me some pictures here. Oh, wow. Very nice. That's very nice. Yeah, that is very nice. That's actually pretty attractive. I'm impressed. But it's all subjective. You have somebody judging it, whatever they think. What I like is probably different than what most people like. I know most guys, if they had them muscle girls, they scare them. Oh, I don't want that. That's terrible. That looks like a man. No, it doesn't. It's a big difference. The male has the sausage, the female doesn't. It's that simple. There's nothing complicated about it. Anyway, my taste in women is terrible. Everybody knows that. All right, let's see. The effort needed. Okay. Hi, George and Lainey. There we go. And let's see. Oh, wow. A lot of comments. A lot of comments. They seem to be picking up. I can't do much of them myself. Quite pulled in all directions at the moment. Yes. How's the golf balls? I am carrying my backpack toilet. Oh, okay. I didn't know they had one. Totally agree. Yes. Reminded me of a girl called Corey Everson. I remember that from Muscle and Fitness. I have some old Muscle and Fitness magazines from way back when I thought I could gain muscle. I finally gave up. Said, just get your heart attack and get it over with. She needs a lot of help. Lord. Well, you know, that's why people come here. They come here because they would like to have a little bit of encouragement. That makes a big difference. Lights, no flurries here today. Very frustrating. The only flurry you're going to find here is in the McDiarrhea. Hi, Lainey. I did the thing we spoke about. I'll keep you updated. Nice. We'll be back. Need to go to my work site. Boss wants to see me. Okay. Well, Thomas, I hope you can get that straightened out. Oh, no, it's Fanky. Rick, I'll email you a photo. Feel free to put it on the screen here if you like. Yes, I saw that. I did it. Hi, Michelle from West Virginia. Muscle building is largely pointless. Coming from me. I don't know if that's serious or a joke, but hey, I'll take it either way. Yep. She's legendary. Yes. Jonathan. I'll be back on the 2nd with Jeff Klein, Geezy. Okay, good. Did you answer the call? He didn't call. Okay. And this is the reason why Jonathan's doing it. I'm doing it, 1, for the carnivore community. 2, for baby Jonathan, who didn't have the opportunities. 3, for old man Jonathan, who will one day be stuck in a wheelchair. And you know, this is what I've said for a while. While you can do it, go ahead and do it. That way you have the memories of when you did it. Because when you get to a certain age, no matter who you are, you're never going to be able to have a body like that. That's just the way that we're built. If you're like me and you don't mind being skinny, that's fine. But you want to build some muscle, you want to be a legend, this is the time to do it. And that's great. And I'm glad that you found someone that can encourage you in that journey, which is something you've needed. You know, most people are not just self-directed. They like the reinforcement from other people. If a duck would use a litter box, would you prefer it to a cat? Would still prefer the cat. They stay super quiet. If I could train the duck to poop somewhere, I'd have a duck in the house and a cat. Milton and Ducky would get along just fine. Muscovies are huge. There's nothing that Milton can do that would, you know, I think the duck with its wings flapping, I think they'd be friends. The two would be hanging out with each other. because Milton is actually a sweetheart most of the time. And I notice when I have my live stream, he doesn't bother me that much. When I'm on other people's lives, he decides to turn into Milton the monster. But that's probably because the morning time is his favorite time to relax. He gets active at night. I know I can't converse with the others. There we go. Spanky hasn't seen a female he doesn't like. Okay. Spanky knows where his ducks lay. And Barry Simon says, have a great weekend, Rick and all. We're glad you were here. And you too. Have a great day and the rest of your weekend. We have cheers to Barry. Still 53 watching and likes, 59 likes this morning. Good job. Well, that's your doing. I'm just here relating what everyone says. Thanks, Rick. Let's celebrate our wins. Anyone in the chat, share your wins for the week. That's a good point. If there's anybody here that has a win they want to share, go ahead and do so. My win this week was fixing my van. I got my van where I don't have to worry about getting stuck and having to push it. Well, except when the transmission goes out, but the starting problem has been fixed. So if anybody else has a win, that's it. Time to settle for the day soon, maybe. Your time is valued. Yes. And my stomach is telling me your heart attack needs to be coming soon. And don't forget, Jerry's having a live starting at 1. So my time is running out. We got about 10 minutes left, and I'm out of here. So if there's anybody, I see we're down, we're up to 52. We've been maintaining over 50 for quite a while, and that's great. It goes to show that the live stream is becoming more and more valued. I like that. I really do. There may be hundreds of views by the time the live stream ends, and in the next day it often doubles. So that's pretty impressive for such a long live stream. And my win was unclogging the kitchen sink after several attempts. That's a win right there. So if anybody else has any more wins, I'm going to take my cordless phone and put it in the charger. Okay. And as you can see, this is my camera mount that I use. I put this on. You put your phone in here and you can ride around with this thing in front of you. Now what I do, it's semi-stealthy. I actually put it underneath the shirt and then button it over, and I leave this sticking out. So I can wear my normal shirt. All you see is this little end piece, which by the way comes out, which is kind of nice. See? So all you see sticking out of my shirt is this with a phone on it. That's kind of interesting. All right, let's see. We got the comments coming in. Well done, Sandy. Yes. Spanky made me happy. There you go. I bet it did. What do you like to drink daily? Well, if you're asking me, if you've ever seen me drink, it's just water with ice, and that's it. Water with ice. My ice maker's been dumping ice in the refrigerator, but my friend is scrapping the refrigerator. I stripped it yesterday, and I got another ice maker tray. So I'm going to be able to fix my refrigerator, and that'll be great. All right, so let's see what else we got. Think of all the people Rick is impacting with his experiences and humor. I show up to this like as F in church on Sunday. Yep. Yeah, that is true. And I'm glad that I'm out there and able to give people a little something to think about every week. Because other than that, nobody takes me seriously other than a few friends. I drink a lot of Crystal Light iced tea. Love it. I didn't even know they made that anymore. Thank you, everyone. Great to join Rick after a while. Well, thank you, Ram, for being here. Appreciate that. Lots of praying, too. There you go. My win was actually making it to finally arrive at the correct birthday party today. Went to the wrong location. First to another child's party. Got to the correct one eventually. Well done, Lainey. Yes. That must have been interesting going to the wrong one. Awesome. Look at that. All right. I'm just happy that everyone likes being here, you know. I'm only on once a week, but I try to make it as interesting as possible. At least that's my goal. Let's see here. Where's my file folder? There it is. Okay. see it. It's here somewhere. Where is that folder? Huh. Oh well. Huh. Oh, there it is. Huh. Okay, there we go. All right. Okay. Well, that's interesting there. Okay, so I got that one working. That's great. All right, let's see what we got in the comments. Rick's channel is one of the best out there, I think. Well, Spanky, I can't disagree with that. Smart man with a smart comment. I got about 300 pounds of peptides to support my recovery. Nice. For free due to a glitch. Hey, I like that kind of glitch. Good for you. Couldn't happen to a nicer person. Me too. Water from springs, sometimes sparkling water, or milk from farmer. Well, there you go. I haven't drank milk since age 20, but if that's your picture, it looks like it's working really well for you. So that sounds great. Rick is our Saturday morning carnivore cartoon character. You've said that many times. Rick's channel is about one of 5 that I make sure I watch over the week. Well, Jonathan, we know that you're a smart guy, and you have good taste in YouTube channels. There was a magician at the party we shouldn't have been at. Just hopping on the treadmill, going to do 1 hour. Awesome. That's one way to get that cardio in there. The other way is to hop on the old bicycle, but not everybody is going to be doing that, especially around here where it's kind of dangerous. Agreed. Yes, well, I like that. I'm still above ground and feeling good. Aren't you younger than me? I don't know. I drink Pepsi Max caffeine-free because I like it. Yes, I remember you mentioning that. As long as it's not Crystal Pepsi, you're probably good because they haven't made that stuff in a very long time. Right on, Gary. Thank you, Rick, for entertaining us on Saturday mornings. Well, thank you, Sandy. I'm entertaining you as the best that I can. A pagan magician. Serious carnivores are often people of wonderful humor. Lycopus and others can be hilarious. Yes, if you know what to look for, that is true. Can you do any kind of intervals, 30, fast, 60, slow kind of thing? Just curious. Yep. Same guy on the stream. That's the same with a lot of us. Checked in with Lance and Larry. Now back to Rick. There you go. See? You can pop from live stream to live stream. That's it. Sadly, no XX. And you know me, I do drop in other people's live streams as well. I'm one of the very, very, very few people that do that. I don't have a problem with it. Again, you can feel free to promote your channel and even things that work for you on my channel, because I just want everybody to get as much information as possible. So we are down to 46 right now. It's almost time for Jerry's live stream. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and start wrapping this up. So let's hit some music over here and let's finish up the comments. Okay. Where's the volume? All right, there we go. So we'll start getting that music going. Videos of himself, slow motion, mechanical dancing. He's very good. Oh, I haven't seen that. I'll have to check that out. Pretty good, pretty good. So, let's see who else we have. Oh, wow. Now I'm back up to 52. Amazing. Music time. Yes, it is. Again, inspired by Mitch. Thanks for your great day. Cheers all. Be well and be safe. Thank you, Spanky. And thank you for your compliments. Peace, fam. Catch you in streams. Yes. Music like me. Once you get a drink. The title of this is called A Night Alone, so that makes sense. Take care, Spanky. There you go. And yes, thanks, man. Great live stream. Great to have you here, as always. Love it. You too, Carnivore Muscle. Excellent. I think we did quite well. And I'm really happy that I have such a great set of viewers. And now I have 54. How am I getting more viewers when I'm getting ready to log off? Have a fabulous day from Lainey. You too. Like I said, if I could fix my acetylene regulator, I'd be happy. I'm going to eat my lunch. I may go ahead and do that. A drink alone, I would have named this song. Yep. Well, it kind of sounds like that, doesn't it? But it's long enough. It's similar to what Mitch would put, but it's different. I don't like to copy people. In other words, I could use the same music that Mitch uses, but where's the creativity in that? I like Lee's superhero comedies, yes. This is quite heavy elevator music. You can rest assured the cables are well lubricated to ensure a smooth ascent. Thank you, guys. Great to drop in again. Keep enjoying your weekend. Well, Graham, 1243, thank you for being there. It's a trap, Rick. We can't let you go. Well, the thing is, Jerry's popping on, and I'm going to be popping off. All I have to do is push the button that says stop streaming, and it's over. That's it. All right. Here's to another successful live stream on a Saturday. Thanks to people like you, Jonathan. It makes it happen. You're the reason why I keep doing these live streams. And Jonathan is the reason why I do Ride and Talks. He was the one that first complimented me on them. I put Lee and DC in the same category. Super survivors, yes. I agree. Look at that. Kick the habit of drinking 10. Wow. Mountain Dews per day. And we're ending right on time. Right in time for Jerry's live stream. Well, anyway, thank you again. Thank you so much, my friends. We have 52 watching right now. It's the first time I've ever shut off a live stream with more than 50 people. But I got stuff to do, and I'm sure you do too. And I really appreciate your listening. And believe it or not, I actually listen to highlights of my video. I actually like listening to myself. Some people don't like to listen to themselves. I like watching and listening to my videos. The only thing is I already know what's in them, so I can only last for so long. But I've watched some of my Ride and Talks, and they are kind of exciting, believe it or not. And I've rode that way, and I forgot some of the details. Okay, we're down to 49, so it's safe to log off. Thank you so much, my friends. I'm going to click the stop streaming button, and I will see you again. Well, I'm going to see you here next week. But next Tuesday night at 8:30 Eastern, there's the Keto Cookout with Russ Mitchell. If you want to be on screen with me, you can do that. And by the way, don't forget, if you're available Monday night, and I'm not with my friends at our get-together, Carnivore Talk, 8 p.m. Monday night. Be there. And I will see you. Actually, I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow morning on Kilts is live. So you won't go a day without seeing me.